Wow! A Friday stream. Oh my goodness. All right. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Please, internet, survive tonight. You can do it. I believe. Okay. I'm gonna start from the beginning. Properties. Video. Closure. Do. Ah! We'll do that one. Okay. Suzerain. Current situation of military. What's the situation on the army? Yep. Current equipment status. We are out of. Our equipment is bad. The army, they are deployed in those areas. Hello, Ash. Come on in. Well, you're the first one here. I'm doing alright. How are you? How do we compare to the other armies? Remember, yep. Okay. Navy. How's our navy? Our navy is dwarfed by the Volga line. Okay. Okay. Alright, capable. Nice. How'd you do? Mount spoiling the price. Okay. Let's move on. The disappointment. Yeah. Dang. Nice. Resources were. Military has always been well funded. Once war conflict comes knocking, that is when you will realize. We know that there have been high hopes for the president. When Iraq cannot hard puts out money, the military suffers from budget overextension in order to keep up with other countries. No use complaining now. Vulcan, let's look at what we can do with what we have. I've been planning to improve the quality. Won't be. There's one way. If we relieve half the forces that could create enough of a surplus, then we could invest in equipment. Quality over quantity. We're barely matching the size of half our neighbors, while the other half have armies 2 times bigger than ours. On Earth, we're discharging half the armed forces and buying. Valid questions. Large fort doesn't necessitate superiority. The reduction of the army would cause more unemployment. Let's reform the army and create a smaller, better equipped force. Yeah, you guys are at odds. Good work, everyone. Alright, that was a fast meeting of the military. Yes, we do run a country. Yes, indeed. Let's adequately equipped. Okay. I would like to be more than adequate, but sure. H3 highway nears completion. Epic. Okay, trade talk. Education reforms are going well. Nice. Let's do the trade talks with Ignolia first. David left the seat. Like we are about to land, President. So many conflicts over a small piece of land. The island can barely sustain itself without outside help. I don't blame them. It's in a very strategic position. Certainly, if you have held your land, that means you are in control of the whole of Volgos Channel. I suspect it will be one of the topics that Mr. Van Horten will bring up as a bargaining chip. We must be careful. Held your land might be... It is called Swordland. Right now we are advocating for democracy. We are a fledgling democracy. But the international community is yet to recognize it for a good reason, too. Nobody wants to make an enemy of Volgosland, especially because of the support of the UC and CSP. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's look at the bigger picture. Aside from the point of Helgerland, we need to be careful with additional requests. According to the deal that was negotiated so far, they want to sell us their steel for a higher price, and they are requesting easier access to our agricultural market. In return, they are promising cash flow investments, especially in the Aglan region. It's not hard to guess why. Precisely, Ignolian immigrants in our island make up a good chunk of the region's economy now. During the initial negotiations, they have brought up the talk of immigration many times. The fact that we have relaxed our immigration laws will help tremendously. We can shake hands on it. Yep, wave at the crowd. Greeted by the foreign minister. Okay. After handshakes and a couple photos, I moved to the car where Sergey was. Good day, sir. Hope the flight was comfortable. Yes, it was. Thank you, Sergey. Got in the car and we made our way through the foreign streets. Okay, the city itself looked very gray and grim. Main road. Looks like they are not too happy to see you, sir. Barry pointed out to the crowd that gathered on both sides of the street. It was a protest. They were shouting and yelling at our convoy. Some of them had signs written in Swordish. Swordland must pay its debts. You know, I never knew Ignolians were so ungrateful. Not everyone sees a great leader like you every day. There have been many issues in Swordland. I don't know if I can call myself a great leader. Sir, humility is important, but in this case, they were always scared of Swordland's potential. Now they are afraid that a lion leads Swordland. They are afraid of you. Howdy, Sasha. Here's your hydrate. Hopefully the internet doesn't die tonight. We have arrived, sir. The car continued through the gates while the security vehicles went the other way. We finally came to a stop. I saw the PM much more clear as I neared the door. He was shorter than I thought. Mr. President, welcome to Ignolia. Thank you so much for the welcome. It is great to be here. Shake hands and hug. Yeah. Bro hug. Between two country leaders. Let's go. I would like to present you with a gift as a sign of friendship between our two countries. An assistant showed up immediately with a large glass box in her hands. It contained a single parchment inside. This here is one of the first treaties written in between Swordland and Ignolia. It's like the one you have prepared with Mr. Whiskey before my term. And it marked the renewal of our friendship today as well. It's an amazing gift. Thank you. Photos were taken again. Shit. No. If we give him with swordish steel, that's an important note. Because that... Ugh, no. Copies of the first Constitution of Swordland. Ah! An excellent copy. I've always wondered what one of the originals looked like for this excellent gift. Go to my office. Follow me. I followed him, and we entered the office of the Prime Minister. It was a room of wooden minimalist decoration. Sheesh! Sheesh! I know he's not saying it in that way, but, like, it's funny imagining a Prime Minister saying it like that. When fully done with the ceremonies. I'm not fond of these either. It's one of the tougher parts of our job. Would you like a drink, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't mind some Magnolian vodka. Ah, you know your drink. He poured the drinks and gave mine to me before sitting down again. You gentlemen, I can respect that about you, Mr. Horton. This is how we do things in Ignolia, Mr. Rain. I appreciate the kind words, but flattery alone won't save me this day. First of all, I'd like to say that I've been watching your recent changes to the immigration policy. I'm glad that you have decided to keep it relaxed. Immigrants are very important for beneficial economical development, and we believe that very much in Ignolia. It is reassuring to see Swordland move into a more modern direction. Thank you. Sip from his vodka. Italian strain is Swordland a reliable trading partner. As long as Ignolia is a reliable trading partner, I can assure you we are. It was a good move to start building that highway. Overall, this will positively affect our trade. Well done. Thank you. You're very kind. What's it going to be? First of all, if we shake hands on it, this agreement is going to be really beneficial for both of us. You should be able to solve your recession in no time with the investment and money flow coming from us. This is, as you know, on top of the reduced tariffs for trade in between our countries. Of course, in return, as discussed between my people and your people before, you will allow us privileged access to your agricultural market. You will be buying steel from us for a higher price, which is a small price to pay, really. That is the deal. Shit. I accept. Before we dive into the paperwork for the trade deal, I want to offer you another possibility. I would like to expand on our newly found partnership. We have regional forces like Runeberg that has been imposing danger on both of our countries. I am of the mind that we must unite. So, by the powers bestowed upon me as the Prime Minister of Ignolia, I am offering a What do you think? I accept. Now that we've gone this far and are willing to enter an alliance, there's another topic that I'd like to bring up. As you know, Helgeland has been long contested in between those warmongers. You know how the international community does not recognize our rightful claim on the island, including Swordland. What better act to cement our alliance than announcing to the world that Swordland recognizes Helgeland to the... Another sensible deal. Fuck yeah, sure. Let's piss off the international community. Most excellent. Today is a historic day. Let's continue the official program. As you know, we will pay a visit to our founder's grave for another, so afterwards we will move on to the state dinner. After you. The rest of our state trip was full of fake smiles, handshakes, incredibly long ceremonies, and even longer meetings between our ministers and their counterparts. When we came to the end of the trip, the way back was mostly silent. I can't help but let out a sigh of relief when we touched down. Alright. Diplomacy. Alright. Swordland, Ignolia. Yep. New alliance. Okay. Trade talks with Wellen. Saw the soldiers lined up on either side of a red carpet. There must have been at least 100 soldiers. March band started playing and the soldiers salute the soldiers. At the bottom of the stairs, Smolak was waiting for me next to a military jeep. There was a tall man, almost as tall as me. He was wearing large sunglasses and his attire was a regular suit, contrasting with the military attire of everyone else in the field. Mr. President, welcome to Raklovitz. Or would it be Raklovitz? I don't know. That's very obviously Polish, though. He immediately motioned for an embrace. We hugged, and many cameras went off at the same time. Nice to see you, Mr. President. Now that the pleasantries are done, let's go. We will take the jeep for a tour. Salute the soldiers. We'll first go to the city center to see the opening of a statue. Whose statue? Mine, of course. Oh, of course. Of course. His statue, yeah. On almost every corner, there were reporters taking photos of us. Oddly enough, everything we took seemed almost completely empty. This Raklovitz always this empty? I had the locals close down their business because of your visit so that you can enjoy the city more. That's weird. I feel like closing down the business would make me enjoy the city less. My people have been very supportive of this visit. Yep. Victor and murderer. Oh. What happened to the man who was protesting you? Oh, Fitchman, that one in the crowd? Oh, don't worry about the details. He must have been a troubled fellow. Let's focus on the event. Oh boy. I'm not gonna be making good deals with this guy. The statue was done pretty well, except that he was made more masculine. He was wearing a cloak and holding a sword in his hand. Very lifelike. What do you think? I don't have time for these games. Let's go straight into business. Don't worry, we will. Join me for a walk. Give me 2 strudels. Wait, I thought you said you told your people to close down. Hold up, your money doesn't count here. I got this. Oh, this motherfucker. I know what he's doing. The inside of the palace was very spacious. Yeah. Now we can talk. Finally. For that, bring the Keisha. If he wasn't carrying a large one of my Keisha, the well-known smoking instrument. Oh. I don't smoke. You're lost? That's the finest tobacco in the land. So, Mr. President, that's long. Can I call you Anton? Sure. Anton, tell me, what do you really think about Runeberg? They are a threat that needs to be dealt with. I agree with your sentiments, Anton. They are a threat to everyone in the region. I assure you their time will come. Regardless, I would rather prevent further conflict in the region. You know as well as I do, Anton, they are coming whether we like it or not. They are the aggressor, not us. For now, I have something else in mind. What is it? He dropped his hands again. 2 assistants came in the room with a map of the border regions in between Rheinland and Swordland. Look, Bloods and their so-called BFF are causing problems for me in this region. I know that they are also a problem for you as well. I will not allow these traitors to exist on my border, so I will hit them with all the might of Wellen. Called Operation Bear Trap. What do you want from me? Here's the deal. I'll give you the best trade deal in the region. You'll give me your assistance crushing the terrorists on both of our borders. I need specifics. Sure. My spies have infiltrated BFF cells, and they found caches of KA-74. We traced them back to Runeberg. This alone justifies my retaliation to protect my country. First of all, we also found that similar shipments are going to Swordland. Yes, Anton, you see, this is not just Welland's problem. Let us take a step back and talk about what you will get in return. I propose you a no-tariff agreement, co-investment project, and oil. In return, you will assist me in destroying the terrorists in my country. There might be international ramifications. To hell with international ramifications. I will protect my country. I do not care what they say. What I want from you in return for all the money and the resources is a joint operation between our armies against BFF. Negotiate Sorlin's contribution in this operation. You are a tough one, Anton. No, merely I wouldn't offer anything else, but I like you. Here's my final offer. When the operation starts with you or without you, there will be stragglers trying to cross into Swordland. We just want you to support the operation, even if you do not join. Stop the terrorists from fleeing your country, and you will have our deal. Your deal is simple, isn't it? So what do you think? Oh, shit! Oh, that's a good deal. It's scummy of me, yes. But hear me out. We get a good trade deal for our country. So like you know, isn't that what matters? That's the only thing that matters, right? Is if it's good for us. A deal. I knew I could trust you, Anton. We just gotta not let people into our country. Okay, but we already secured the deal with Ignolia, so like, you know, can't go back on it, right? Drinks, dancers, music! As they perform their songs, we clink their glasses to our newly found partnership. Next, they return to Swordland with a hangover. Let's see what this says. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not much of a cooperation pack. Increased trade volume. Stick. Diplomacy. Tariff-free. Fucking tariff-free oil. The USA would be jealous, man. Make me president of the United States. Let's see, how old am I? You gotta wait 12 years, though. To do the math. Speech of the president on the reforms. I walked quickly through the corridors, giving my greetings to people on my way towards the parliamentary hall. When I entered the hall, the assembly was in complete chaos, with shouting and cursing between the parties. There was a heavy argument about a proposal made by an MP from the NFP. Took my seat inside the special area reserved for the ministers. Gloria was shouting from her seat at the center of the hall as she hit the gavel 3 times. Order! Order! I saw Casaro Kibner standing up from his seat and shouting towards the members of the PFJP. Mr. Kibner, calm yourself. Show respect to the procedures of this assembly. Despite her efforts, the argument continued for a couple of minutes before everybody took back to their seats and finally went quiet. Mr. Kibner, next time when I tell you to do so, either take your seat or leave the hall so we can proceed with the procedures of this assembly and continue our duties. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, if you will allow me to continue. We have the president here with us today. He has asked to give an important announcement. The floor, Mr. President. Brothers and sisters, I'm here today to raise important questions regarding our outdated constitution. Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed by the executive and the designated judiciary branches in Swordland. The Grand National Assembly must be able to exercise its job properly and without obstruction. However, our current constitution fails to guarantee this. Ooh. No, if I call out Soul, that would alienate the entire USP party. They were founded by Soul. I call everyone to stand by us to make historic changes to our Constitution and bring it to the standards of today's world. The clause came from the USP and PFG. We will rebalance the branches of government to ensure a more democratic process. Unity. It is more important than ever that we stand united as a nation in these changing times. I call everybody to be part of the change our people have been calling for. We all want to make Swordland better, don't we? Let us embrace democracy and unite under the banner of our people, and surely Swordland will be great again. Come on. They had to do that. Ugh. Here's the thing, though. Swordland has always been great, okay? Saying that we will make it great again is insinuating that we are no longer great. And here's the thing. That's fucking lies. We are great. Swordland is amazing, okay? So making it great again does nothing. It means nothing because we are great. Let us embrace the future. Mr. President, with all due respect, I believe Swordland is already democratic. I'm not finished yet, Mrs. Tory. Darwin's soul and his efforts cannot be ignored. We must keep following the path he defined. I'm sure the honorable members of USP will see that the president is acting rash by allying with the opposition to destroy the culture of soulism. That was the extent of my quick note. Thank you. The president has the floor. Who are you trying to approach, Mrs. Tory? USP is behind me. It is time to make a new constitution together. Be a part of a new era for Swordland. Join us and vote for our proposal. Let us write the future together. I'll read a poem. Oh shit, hold on. I need to... Am I able to see which poem I like? I don't know whose poems are these. Like, are these gonna be my own poems? There's a victory growing with every morning. There's my country beyond everything, my beloved. There are songs to be sung in affectation of our victories. You're not when the dark falls, there is an artist painting the sun. None of that rhymed. Beyond the next morning, there is a victory awaiting to be won. The assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. Some applause that came from the PFJP and USP. Most of the others started to make loud noises again. Yes, Mr. Richter? Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I would like to thank Mr. President for his speech. We, the People's Freedom and Justice Party, stand in agreement with the need of a more democratic constitution. I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the USP for their more open attitude compared to past years. As long as Mr. President's words prove not to be just words, we will be behind this much-needed movement for change. I ask Mr. President to share the final contents of these proposals as soon as possible. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Darl Kibner. Oh yeah, the fascist. We don't care about his opinion. Madam Speaker, I know you're in agreement with me as well. Don't stand idly about this administration and making deals with snakes and undermine the integrity of Order, Mr. Kibner. How many times do I need to see you are speaking out of I demand to speak. Mr. President, The nationalist movement does not agree with your priorities nor the way you are trying to implement them. The NFP will not stand with you on your new constitution. Let it be known that the NFP's concerns are not included in the so-called democratic reforms. Thus, Mr. President has no right to claim them as such. We will stand our ground against any attempt to bring down our established political culture and national values. Ask to speak. Mr. Kibner. It is you who shouldn't use the word democratic when you want a more centralized government. We don't need you. Do not stand against change. Be a part of it, Mr. Kimmer. We can do much more together. I expect your support in the upcoming vote, Mr. Kibner. Mr. Richter. Rest assured, your concerns will be addressed. Thank you for your support. We are looking forward to work with the PFJP. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. MPs kept shouting in response, creating a loud mess where nothing was legible. Order, order! That's all they left the hall. Alright, must be able to okay. Ignolian battleship rams into Volgaslandian destroyer. Well, that's not poggers. That's pretty sucky if you ask me. Lucian Galley report this way. Yeah. Only at 121. Need 150. Parts that have been closed. Okay. Wealth of Nations. That's a book! I'm smart. Alright, what's in the news? Health requires more. Okay. Van Herten has continued his duties as Prime Minister. Pog. See here. Opening of the H3. Congratulations, everyone, to many more projects. Couldn't have done this without our excellent team. Indeed. Let's move on to our plans for the opening tomorrow. It's been a long time since the last successful infrastructure project. There is good reason to capitalize on the occasion. Mr. President accepts a draft from the Arvory should do the trick off. What are your thoughts? I agree, there is much to gain. Sounds good. It would display unity and strength if we were all together in the convoy. Additionally, a large crowd is invited for the ceremony and will be watching the opening speech. Nothing like a cheerful crowd. Looking forward to it. All of us do. On another note, it goes without mentioning that this was a team effort, beginning with the president, but trust me, I want to thank all involved in H3. Simon, you deserve a lot of credit. After all, it was you who came up with the project. Finally, people got what they wanted for a long time. We wanted to show our best face tomorrow. I'll make sure that our focus on improving business and logistics is relayed to wherever necessary. Alright then, we have a lot of work to do tomorrow. See you in the morning. Howdy, Tarada. Once again, good work, everyone. Calm and warm weather. Crowd is large, but still smiling. Some rallies due to the strong PFJP presence here. You know, Lucian to begin the ceremony. Brothers and sisters of Swordland, I welcome you, Luckhaveners, today as a proud servant of this country. Lucian's voice echoed on the square. Hundreds, yep. Without further ado, I invite the president to the stage. Move up to the stage. People of Swordland, welcome to the opening ceremony of the H3 Highway. Trust me, our work is far from over. This project is only the beginning of good tidings. Aim with the H3 was to improve logistics, to aid businesses, to create economic growth in East Nargis and Augenland. This highway brings thousands of new jobs. Many unemployed citizens have benefited and will benefit on the path of the highway. We have to thank the mind behind the highway project for it all. The esteemed Minister of Economy and Tax, Simon Hall, please come over here. Mr. President, our aim with this project is obvious, to improve the speed and efficiency of transportation. I'm sure each one of you will be proud of the achievements made during the project once we cut that ribbon and you can drive or travel on the highway yourselves. After he was done with his speech, Lucien took Simon's place on the stage to close the ceremony. Citizens, there you have it. As promised, Anton Rain, the 4th president of Swordland, has delivered. Simon gave me a pair of large scissors and the crowd was watching. Cut the ribbon. Congratulations to all. It was a solid and fruitful effort, hopefully with much more to come. Good moment indeed. It gives us pride as a nation. One big step behind us. The car is prepared and ready. Dropped, however, should take about 4 hours, and the rest of the motorcade will follow you. Enter the car. Who do you want to travel with, Mr. President? I want to have Simon in the lead car. As we began driving out of the opening ceremony area into the new highway, the media took pictures of me and Simon, who smiled to the cameras. The new highway was in pristine condition and quality. It was the best driving experience one could have nowadays while providing the best traction and least noise. After the relaxing 4-hour drive to Arbu, we were welcomed by celebratory citizens in Merrick, Eric, Neil. The highway officially opened to the public and thousands began utilizing it as soon as we left the area. Today was a great victory for the administration. The Poggies! Let's go. The H3 highway is open. Okay. The Ministry of Health has finished a privatization proposal plan. Okay. Ministry of Justice has reviewed the Urson v. Swordland case and put forward its current. Okay. Never liked it. It always made me feel like I was standing under the concrete foot of a giant, getting ready to crush me. At the entrance, I was greeted by Yosef and his military entourage of young officers. Welcome to the Ministry of Defense, Mr. President. Let's go to my office. We walked from corridor to corridor to reach the office. On the way, we were met with high-ranking officers as well as privates. Every time one of these soldiers saw me, they stopped and saluted me. Finally arrived at Yosef's office. His entourage saluted us and left. Closed the door and took a seat. Must be something serious, especially since you invited me here. It is important that you don't get misinformed on this matter. Falcon has another agenda. The situation with Rumburg is getting worse, and our lack of funding in the military means that we would fight for survival in a war scenario. What are our options in improving the situation? We are making all the necessary preparations, but any substantial military support from other nations would be a welcome deterrent. First, we have signed with Ignolia includes a mutual defense clause. In case of conflict, we will be obliged to come to each other's aid. In case of a Rumburg invasion, they will come for help. Do you think their support would be enough to hold the line? I think so. President, we need stronger allies. Sure, Ignolia is better than nothing, but we must look further. Yeah, Lesbia is also a republic. Advice noted. I will bring it up to David. Any deterrent should force them to think twice. As a result of the recent deal with Welland, we have started reinforcing the border. Horde scouts have been deployed, and we have started moving our divisions. Assured, we are ready for anything that will come from the other side of the border. We'll be providing reports to you. I don't think we will have any problems, but stay alert. We don't know what we are dealing with yet. We are always ready for any situation, Mr. President. Move on to our main topic. The Mandatory Conscription Law has become a matter of discussion, and we need to strike a decision whether to keep it or remove it. The facts are that the conscription gives us a large reservist pool that can cover a large front line, but these troops lack the morale and quality to be offensive elements. My argument would be to remove conscription if our military can stand on its own 2 feet without them. If we're gonna have strong allies, why do we need conscripts? Vulcan Kruger walked in with a frown. What is the fuck? What is the meaning of this, Joseph? Why haven't I been invited? What is going on here? You're overstepping and interrupting a personal meeting between me and the president. I see what is going on here. I mean, no disrespect, but I am leading the ground operations, and I must be informed of any strategic changes. Well, now that you are here, what is your opinion on conscription? The matter is rather simple from my point of view. Our forces have gone large structural changes, changing their operational capabilities and tactics. However, at the end of the day, Runeberg has a larger army, air force, and navy. Throwing bodies at a problem never solved it. Well, they can't have less troops on the front line than the enemy, not with our current structure focused on mass mobilization. Remove mandatory conscription. It is time to have a professional force of willingly enlisted soldiers. Alright, then we can move on. Let me look over my documents to see if there's anything else of concern. That's about it. I won't take more of your time. Thank you for your time. I think that was the right call. Oh shit, we got money? How did we get money? Is it because we ended conscription? I think that was the right call. Women's Rights March. Yes, of course, we support women's rights. We are a democratic nation. Current economic situation. The building was constructed in 1892 by Herren Walt, one of the, if not the most famous architect in Swordland. Walking through the large bronze doors, everyone step us. Welcome, Mr. President. Please take your seats. You all know today we'll go over our economic status. Oh shit! Our economy went down by 1, though. Without any further ado, how are we doing in terms of infrastructure? The success of the first infrastructure is already showing a positive effect on the economy. Thanks to the highway, economic growth is returning to Augenland. We are expecting new investments and jobs in the region. Many leaders on the Business Council have praised the logistical improvements. Gargantuan effort. Your efforts are noted. Everyone who's contributed is greatly appreciated. Teamwork makes the dream work. Never ever have I seen one person accomplish what many could together. David, do you have the stats on our deal? Our trade deal has increased our imports and exports by 25%, with much more to be expected in the future. Okay. We should look for more trade partners. We can make much more and increase our presence in the region. I agree. Not just the region, we should target for more deals internationally. See our improved relations as a stepping stone to expand positive influence. I agree. Aligning ourselves to more democratic countries is good for Swordland. It's good for overall trade with other countries as well. Democratic countries generate more trust in general. Deal with Welland. Our trade deal with Welland has increased our imports and exports by 60%. This is a dangerous gamble, but glad it started paying off. The payoff is high, yes, but so is the risk. Our support for their military operation was questionable. Regardless, the numbers are clear. I must say, I still can't get behind a trade deal with Welland, especially when it involved a military cooperation. We are reaping the benefits. We will come on top here. What I'm worried about is not only about Welland, it's the other countries too. Increased trade has improved our economy. I see this as a reason for celebration. On a side note, consumer spending has decreased further due to a pessimistic mood caused by the issues with our economy. I'm confident we will turn this mood around with adaptive projects and solutions. I'll agree that our first attempts were not successful. We still might have economic opportunities left. It isn't good for our reputation as the people expected quick solutions. We are running out of time. Our budget reserves don't look good. We'll need to... Man. What can we do about it? Okay. As per the latest data, unfortunately, the recession seems to be lingering. No matter the cost, otherwise I'm sad to say that we'll be doomed. The news is the opportunities we are shown, trade deals, and if... Oh, Mr. President, I'll be very clear. I already know this, and I don't want to frighten you, but if we are unable to stop this recession, we are heading towards an economic catastrophe that has never been seen before. No, in all of Eastern Marcopa. I can't even begin to imagine how we would survive that. None of us wants to see shortage people. Don't worry, we'll end the recession, I promise. Yeah, there are a few methods to tackle the recession. The good news is that the government has a perfectly balanced budget. So we don't take excess debt going into the future. There are two main directions in between these projects. It's either by continuing our infrastructure improvements or investing in increasing production. If we continue on our infrastructure, that would lift us up to advanced country levels. However, our industrial production suffered and also needs a boost to return to pre-recession levels. Of course, the option. Improve infrastructure. Airport and port. Economic growth in Benfi could be propelled. Tourism. What about production? Production, we have two projects. One is Sarna Agricultural Zone, and the other is Conrad Industrial City. The Sarna Agricultural Zone investment is a higher priority due to the fact that farmers' burger were the hit most. Sarna is a much poorer city. Indeed, it's our government has the opportunity. Enough information. Anybody who want to add something? I mean, have a good day, all. Goodbye. Until next time. Goodbye, everyone. Okay, what's going on here? Well, then border reinforcements announced. Housewives March. Polio cases. Oh, that's not good. Okay, Volgaslan is making aggressive actions. Yeah, education's been improving. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, so I'll lose 2 government budget, no matter which one I pick. I feel like we want to do the port. I think the port is the better decision because, as I said, that'll increase regional trade. So we're gonna pick the port. Before I can start reading, I heard a couple knocks. Time for the scheduled healthcare meeting. Please take your seats. I've just returned from a meeting with our top scientists on the matter of polio. It seems to be spreading. What are we doing to prepare? We have notified all of our healthcare staff, especially the ones close to the Welland border, or also the more rural areas where we lack equipment and staff. What I was told by our researchers was that with the current infection rate, there will only soon be millions of people. Okay. In general, I'm very with the budget decision that was made. Yeah, the overall mood has been positive. The administration focuses more on the healthcare. I'm excited about what we can achieve with the allocated funds. Providing better healthcare is our goal. This administration will be known to have supported the welfare services. As you know, I have been preparing a new privatization program that could create funds through selling of unused ministry property and some extra taxes. It might not go against our strategy to promote a market economy, but I'm personally against privatization of government services. Such vital services might be understood. Aside from creating this, there is a long-term problem with privatization in countries. What are those problems? People are already lacking proper healthcare, even though it is free. What happens when you privatize? Prices increase at state hospitals closed due to sales. We will prevent the worst case scenarios. There needs to be healthy structural improvements. People have their lives. Even though missing will definitely hurt us. Keep the healthcare in state control. Don't allow any private involvement that can endanger core health services. Now let's get to the big question of how we will spend the extra funds. What are your suggestions? We have three options. We can build new hospitals, we can spend money on increasing salaries, or we can spend money to improve existing treatment. Improving treatment in rural areas is a must. It would prevent mistreatment, disease, and sickness. Our rural clinics are old, ill-equipped, and understaffed. It is one of the causes of maternal deaths. Reports have shown that minor epidemics are spreading in certain areas due to... Improve rural treatment by hiring health staff and upgrading equipment in rural areas. New contracts will be drawn up immediately. That is all then. Thank you for the meeting. Okay. Quality rural health services. Sick. We already have a better healthcare system than the United States. Poggers. I mean, that's not hard to do. Anyways, what was I saying? Report that the Vajik armed forces... Franz Richter. We met in the presidential office at the end of the day. He arrived in his signature navy blue suit and handed me a box of famous Arcasian chocolates. Good to have you here, Mr. Richter. Likewise, it's nice to finally have some time to talk. Took a folder from his briefcase and flipped it open. I could see the scribbles he'd made in the margins of my draft proposal. I have to say, I'm surprised by this proposal you've prepared for the new constitution. I really do not understand your reason behind some of the changes. What parts don't you understand? I'm just shocked you listened to our demands, decreasing the electoral threshold and the term limits. That's more than we hoped for. And I completely did not expect you to go against Tarquin Sol and abolish the member of honor laws. Bold move, and I respect it. How does the USP feel about that, Mr. President? Is this political suicide, or did you actually manage to get the party behind your changes? Why would you care if this was a political suicide for me? I cannot afford to support another set of failed reforms. I am the opposition leader, after all, Mr. President. People expect me to hard against you. I've been campaigning for a new constitution for years, and I cannot just let it vanish because of Tarquin Sol's party again. No offense intended. Are you aware the old guard has been reaching out even to PFJP members? I hope you're doing something to contain this mess. My hands are tied. We just need to focus on the upcoming vote. It works out, Mr. President. But even the changes passed in Assembly, how are you going to win the Supreme Court over when your draft takes away the justice's immunity? If we unite together, they will be forced to support us. I'm not so sure about that. A few justices will sympathize with us, but the ultimate decision will be up to the censorists, and Orso has them locked up. You have to make it count. Do my best to flip it. You can count. I just want your promise. However, could I finally do something? Decades, your party's been doing whatever it could to stay in power. I expect you to find all the wrongs that have been done. Of course, we're in this together. We're all in this together. Anyways, I hope I can rely on you in the upcoming vote. We expect the USP to rally behind your proposal. I can assure you you'll have the PFJP's full support. Don't doubt it. We'll change the Constitution together. Or anything else? No, Mr. Richter. Thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. The history books. Maybe we'll see each other in the history books. I might... Rain meets Richter. Richter backs Rain's reforms. Poggies. Poggies. Whole sword. Okay. Company contract. We're gonna lose an... Let's trust Taurus Holding again. Fuck, we need to get... Updates on education. Or your university years. The usual story, a few friends dead, a couple of them missing after the coups. Oh, and I was almost arrested once. We all went through tough times back then. Some of us more so than others. It comes at a welcome surprise and Swordfish policy to see a president uphold their promises regarding education. I am making sure that the additional funds are being used in the best way possible in order to resolve structural issues. Speaking of, the state having had to rely on privatization funds is a disgrace. We are letting private metal... Yeah. New private schools are increasing the disparity of services in education in lower-income households who cannot afford the private school in this district. They need to send their children to school far away. I gave you funds so that you could counteract... I increased the education budget. Okay? You should be capable... Fuck off, Walda. Sorely needs visionaries like you to reform to become something better. Our ministry has prepared the necessary framework regarding how to spend our increased education budget. Build new rural schools, improve the standards of existing ones, or increase salaries. With the additional fund on top of the budget, we should be able to implement 2 of these options. Oh! Let's move on to the decision. Alright. Improve rural education. Alright, so increase access. That's increase access. It was gratifying that we are finally serving the people directly. I'll pass it down in the ministry. That is all there is. I've talked with Ms. Suno to schedule some time to discuss the curriculum. She's a very astute woman, your secretary. You may want to consider promoting her. We'll meet again very soon. Thank you for your efforts. Morna Port. On refugees fleeing the Swordfish border. Quality, accessible rural education. POG. Look at that, look at that. We're doing good in the welfare. And yeah, we have an inconsistent curriculum. Ew. That's not good. But, look at all the green. We have more green. We have a bunch of green. That's cool. Our military, oh, our economy. Oh, we're growing the small businesses. That's good, right? I know how to run a country. Okay, capital. Current curriculum. Good afternoon, Ciara. Cut straight to the chase. Our progressive reform of the soil is well underway, but there's one sticking point. It involves evolution versus creationism. Currently stand, schools across Sorlin can decide whether to include evolution or creationism or both. Rural schools often decide in favor of creationism only, which puts students at it when it comes to entering. You know, evolution mandatory. Now that is creationism even? I don't think creationism is banned. Obviously, evolution is the correct thing. But is creationism banned in school? Let's get rid of creationism. Give me some 100% coming away, Malcolm, Mr. President, Miss Walda. We were just discussing the United States. Oh, dang. The teaching of creationism as a science. Okay. All right, so it's probably because I do remember discussing it, I think a little bit in history classes, kinda, but only when it was in reference to, you know, the changing of thought, when the world started to shift more to the evolutionary method, and started abandoning creationism. It is my conviction that we should require the mandatory teaching of evolution. Well, don't bring your pet car. Yeah, okay, they're complaining about creationism has no place in the public school. Yeah. Now creationism will be banned. Shut up, Lucian. We have made a bunch of other amazing concessions to the people. They should be more than happy with us. Nationalize the Big Four? Okay. Okay, so the Hall Sword Post is communism. Future of Storland. Get used to it or get out of the way. Big win for science. Yeah, let's go. Science. Head of Teachers Association resigns. Okay, sucks for him. Vulcan is suffering the effects of the... Okay. The effect is now in effect. Alright, Algenland is starting to, I guess, probably prosper a bit. Well, no, okay. Alright, we have stabilizing economies. Look at that! No reds! No more reds in our education, in our welfare. Let's go! Let's fucking go! We're doing good. We're doing good. We're just broke as fuck. But the president is wealthy, and that's what matters. Is preparing a bill which aims to unify source education. Excluding okay, so... Alright, Swordish will be the only language spoken in schools. But Kivner's a fucking... He's like, I don't really see anything wrong. I'll have to read the full bill in order to make a proper judge on it. Lobbying effort? We'll spend half of our money on that. Ooh, we're into chapter 3. Okay. Seaport is under construction. Let's see what's going on here. World ignores Bluish Blight. Volgish man shot after burning an Ignolian flag. Alright, there's gonna be a fucking war between these two. All right. Geographically speaking. Oh, actually, that's really dead center in the strait. Like, that is closer to the Bogdasland. There's part of the group of, okay. British fighting forces doing something. Marcel Caronti. It was going to be about the ownership of the 4 largest companies. Others will pick up the phone. Greetings, Mr. President. I'm sorry to disturb you for such an important meeting, but I thought now would be a good time to talk about our arrangement. I'm sure you'll agree that the support I and my network have given your administration is nothing but beneficial. Half of the non-state media in the country has been sharing positive news about you and downplaying negative events. There's always more you could be doing for us. Mr. Rain, we essentially acquired the Caven Times and have been coordinating media publishing across the 3 largest broadcasting organizations. Nobody in the entire country is supporting you as much as I am. On another note, I can't help but mention your tax hike, Mr. President. Increased taxes have made a substantial dent in HOS's net profits. This has hurt the backbone of the Swordfish economy, but I assure you it is nothing we cannot endure. Good. Out of goodwill, I will share a key piece of information. Oliver has contingency plans if you decide to do anything rash that would disrupt their empires. Can't blame them, can you? Imagine someone trying to take your authority and personal wealth away without your consent. I don't see why we should be enemies. Exactly. If everyone plays their cards right, it'll be all fine. Now, since the start of the campaign, you've wisely committed to a market economy. Judging by that, I am sure you are looking into privatizing some of the companies that are currently state-owned. I believe that the president, both the Nedham Mining Group and the Swordfish State Corporation, would be in both of our interests. Let's see, the SSC... Okay, the SSC is the... Nedham Mining Group is a mining corp. Privatizing both might be too much. I'll see what I can do. This way, it is another step in... At least think about it. I'll be blunt, Mr. Tusk is unfit to be the spokesperson of... Like anything has only preserved his renaissance. It's high time something changed. I agree. Can I fucking remove Mr. Tusk? Yo, that would be a power. He tried to bribe me, not once, but twice. I am the president, bitch. You're getting removed from power, Mr. Tusk. Who do you have in mind to replace him? Who do you think? Me, of course. Here's what I propose, a win-win situation. If you promise me a majority of shares from the privatization, he would lose considerable power. It means I take over. You may recall that one of the terms of our agreement was that I may ask you for one favor. Well, this is it. Do you accept? Marcel Caronti, you're speaking my language. A deal's a deal. Carontis always keep their word, my father said. He would have liked you. I've taken up enough of your time today. This has been a productive call. Thanks, Marcel. Talk to you later. Yo, Mr. Tusk, you're gonna get removed from power. Refugees are suffering. I am sorry, refugees. Okay, you know what? Alright, you know, maybe that deal with Welland was a mistake. I mean, we didn't take we're just not allowing refugees, which, of course, is bad. I admit. It's not good PR. However, it could have been worse. The original deal was that he wanted us, Welland, the Republic of Welland, wanted us to actively participate in their military operations. They wanted me to send troops to help them target the Bluedish fighting front. I said no. All I had to do was just close down the border. Like, is that so bad? It got us free oil, tariff-free oil, and if you ask me, that's a fair trade. What's a little bit of human rights abuse compared to free oil? I shouldn't have said that. I have become the United States. I am America. Except we have working healthcare here. So you know what? And yeah, actually, the United States education system actually isn't that bad. Public education system, it's okay. Could be better, but it could be worse. But there is definitely a large gap between poor and wealthy education in the U.S. But the United States higher education system, despite being pricey, too pricey, people all over the world still come to the United States to study here, so, you know. At least something's right there. Lycian Gallade wants to meet with me. He wants to talk about political things. I'm a bit tired. Are you getting enough sleep? I'm trying to, sir. Don't push yourself too much. I booked some of your time to pre-plan for today's meeting. We need to be cautious. Any grand plans about the economy also heavily influence our political standing. We would be changing our relationship with the old guard, the oligarchs, and the opposition. As you know, this meeting will give you the opportunity to alter the ownership of the Big Four, the largest corporations all of Swordsland. We can start the process of nationalization or privatization, or we can just keep the status quo. Again, I remind you that any change will tip an already fragile balance. I personally think we should stay out of this and keep things as they are. What are you leaning towards? Although I think I would have liked us to privatize everything. So many connections indicate that there seems to be a contest for leadership. It looks like Marcin's making moves to become the key figure. Monty probably wants his father's seat as the head of the group, and Tusk doesn't want to let go of it. Significant power struggle considering these are the heads of Swordsland's two largest private corporations. And Bernie doesn't leave this person it is. I have received a call from Marcel. Don't worry, I have it under control. Mr. President, if you are not transparent, I cannot help you to the best of my abilities. Very well, sir. I won't push you further. Oh, then I'll cancel the meeting since we are not taking any. Wait, no! No, I do want to make... Wait. That better not have fucked me up, because, like... I do want to make changes. Unified Education Language Act. The EULA passes the following into law. Section 1 enforces that the educational institution will teach all classes, except for foreign language, is in the official language of the country unless they are given specific approval. Universities, technical colleges, and schools that provide classes and any other source will receive a suspension. I don't like Section 2, so I'll veto it. Mr. Tusk, what do I owe the pleasure? Good afternoon. Where did you hear that? You dare threaten me? Is the information about the cartel ties verified? Yo, he just threatened my life! Oh, Mr. Tusk, I'm taking you down. I wonder whether my attention would end any differently than Alfonso's. I looked out the window. Are you okay back there, sir? Hey, sir, I'm okay. How are you doing? I'm as good as I can be, sir. Did you know that Mr. Tonk came to Holsworth this morning? I had some potential talking about it today. Apparently, this is the first time he's come to the city in the last 5 years. I thought he left the mainland and lived on Duro Island. Never did return to but they were saying he might be here to exercise member honor rights. Hold on, Sergei, are you sure? Yes, sir. I've heard several men talking about it. Could just be rumors, of course. Think he's here about today's vote? Yes, Sergei, most likely. Well, I'm sure he will support you, sir. I doubt that. We've arrived, sir. Thank you, Sergei. Of course, sir. Good luck with the vote. Oh boy, suddenly Lucian a murder. Ah, sir, there you are. No one found. I just arrived here, Lucian. How about yourself? Are you ready to finally face the assembly, sir? Lucian, I've just heard something worrying from Sergei. Well, so Gloria, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will shortly begin with today's agenda of the USP's proposed changes to the Constitution of Swordland. According to the current Constitution, constitutional amendments require a 2/3 majority in order to reach Assembly approval. If the vote succeeds, the proposal will be sent to the Supreme Court. The proposal in question includes these points. First section of the changes, Article 57, is modified with the following. May not act as right to the Supreme Court. Blah, blah, blah. The seat was really hurting my back. Invite you all to vote. Cast your votes. Go down to the hall where all the MPs are. Carl Kibner approached me. Mr. President, how are you feeling about the vote? Very positive. Even knowing you don't ever support, how optimistic of you. I've lost my respect for you, Mr. Rain. So many problems in Swordland that must be addressed, and yet you insist on stalling us with your democratic reforms. I know you will fail. You will lose the game, and so will your entire administration. I hope to be there when it happens. Keep hoping, Mr. Kibner. Turned away from me, then I saw Lucian was among a group. I bumped into Monsoon Lake. Mr. President, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Good luck with the vote. I respect your fight to abolish them at last chance to hold Targon Soul accountable for what he did to the Bluish people. I'd also like to see you support Bluish rights in the future. Thank you for the nice words. You have my support too. I hope you stand by your words, Mr. President. Anyway, I've got to go cast my vote. Sir, did you vote yet? We have to be quick. No, let's vote. Time to vote. Gloria bowed her head, telling us she has to vote. President, we may have Targon Souls here. I know. You have to accelerate the voting part. We need everybody to vote as soon as possible. We don't know what he's capable of right now, but if Assembly members see him, he might have something against the proposal. Look, should I talk to him? I would advise against that right now. The Assembly must focus on the vote, and any confrontation between you will draw their attention away. Go back to our seats. Any noise we make will distract everyone further. Sir, what do we do? He's much older than he had 5 years ago, but I could tell he had the same fire in him. Some MPs had already gathered around him and were chattering in awe. I'll go talk to him. Here's him after the vote. As I was talking to Lucian, I spoke. Why don't you go back to your seats? Let's follow the procedure. Oh, by the way, we have 250 members. As you can see, the member of honor is here. He's already cast his vote. Is he now? So, Mrs. Torrey, how many votes are missing? Only a few. Those must be them. Good day to you, gentlemen. Madam Speaker. Good day, Mr. Clavin. Sorry it takes so long, Mr. There was a friend who needed more clarification for his vote. Get this over with, gentlemen. Win this, Mr. President. Now why don't you get back to your seats as well? Very well, we shall. Cast your vote? Yes, of course. The Gloria Shino doesn't count votes. Figure C was only a few meters away. I really hope this proposal goes through. Soul is here. What? He's at the back of the hall. Fuck. He tried to get Gloria's attention by way. How many votes left? 136 ayes, 40 more votes to count. We need 30 of the last 40. Damn. It's okay, there's hope. Look at friends over there. I'm sure he was behind this mess. You shouldn't have trusted him. Not over yet, Peter. Don't jump to conclusions. Voting has been concluded. No! No. Man! 166? I'm 1 vote short! Wait! Why could she just shift the required vote like that? Just did. This is bad. Call out to him. Former President Sol, nice of you to join us. Give the title you hold the respect it deserves, Mr. President. True Sol in the party, we're always on our own. The USP abandoned us, we'll form a new party. I'll follow you anywhere, Anton. Who betrayed me? Who? I will have them executed. The villain arc starts now. I have done everything for this nation. I brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my democracy. And they do this to me. It was almost as toy. Change the threshold, that bitch. With a single vote, the ghost of the past has once again kept our nation. Oh, what the hell is that all about? Soul appearing. What do you think was his real intention? It was to intimidate the assembly against our proposal, sir, and it seemed to have worked. As long as he's around, he will always have influence over the republic which he has built. It has no authority anymore. Well, the laws protect him from almost anything and allows him to be a member. You can still propose bills and vote for them. Properly. I want to talk to him. Let's just try to move on with our next steps. I want a list of every party member who voted against the proposal. It was a secret ballot. I don't care. I want names. Dude, am I about to fucking start hunting down my political opponents? Dude, am I about to start executing my political opponents? I'm not saying no. Pardon the interruption, gentlemen. Mr. President David Whiskey is calling about the upcoming foreign policy meeting. Perfect time. Tell him I'll be right there. Well, sir. Get out of here. Let's call it finished. You may both go. Fuck! Movie premiere. Worried about the entrance exams? Since when do you care about what's happening in my life? You know I'll support you whether you pass or fail. What an honor, Your Highness. Frank, don't talk to your father that way. He's been working so hard for this country. Having a good time? Where are you, Papa? I know you're sad, but failure helps us grow, right? Exactly. Now, where did you learn that? From you. Everything's gonna be wonderful from now on. Of course, just for having this time. So we're about to enter early. We'll be at the cinema in a few minutes. Thank you, Sergey. Is this the place? Yep, movie. I'm gonna keep fighting for my changes. This isn't over yet. And were you aware that Tarleton would be president? Of course I was. Madam, Mr. President, it's so good to see you here. I'm Alfred Ketrobuk. Oh, he's a producer. Okay. The honor is mine, Mr. Ketrobuk. I'm a big fan of your work. I've never heard of you before. Very humbling to know that you've been watching and enjoying my movies. If you don't mind me asking, which one is your favorite? This one may be... Did he make a movie called The Man Who Saved the World? It doesn't look like it. I love The Swordist Dream. Oh, really? Then you might enjoy this one too. I'll admit, I didn't expect you to be such a cinephile. It's about a swordish soldier who pursues a doomed romance with a widowed brutish farmer during the conquest of Bergia. As the credits roll, I made an early exit to use the men's room. I was watching when I heard a mistake. Oh, what did you think? Happy the plight of the brutish people might finally get the attention it deserves. Be careful where you extend your sympathies, President Rain. Enough small talk. Why were you at the assembly? It's not your country anymore. No. A true president knows when he must step down. A lesson you'd be wise to learn yourself. I'll not let you and that bleeding-heart idiot Richter tarnish my precious constitution. Richter's a better man than you ever were. Ah! I saw right through Richter in the 30s and he hasn't changed a bit. A man will do and say anything to advance his own cause. Sounds familiar. I've known it since you opposed me all those years ago, you spineless backstabbing weasel. History will show who's what, Colonel. God, I want to fucking... Rain vetoes racist language bill. Yeah, I made the good call there. Let's go. USP meeting criticizes... You're fucking betraying me, Graf? I'm gonna fire you. You're no longer gonna be Minister of the Interior. A whistleblower from the rooms has escaped to Swordland by crossing the border and turned themselves to the authorities. Ancient Justin Hailstone has promised to reveal extremely sensitive information about the development of a weapons problem. We can risk grant asylum. We have seen the perimeters. Okay. Swordland accepts. Alright, so we got a meeting in Dare and a meeting. Briefing on diplomatic strategy. Yosef Nada. Now that you're here, let's talk about our diplomatic strategy. Mr. President, if I may, I would like to provide you with a short overview of where we are. Go ahead. We successfully pressed trade deals with both Well and Ignolia, which means we've increased our presence in those regions. These deals were important pieces of leverage and significant first steps in the global arena. We must now look towards the future. Go on. Well, and our practice runs must begin improving our relationship with greater nations. Especially with the threat of Bloomberg. You know me, I don't trust the helping hands other countries offer us for a good reason. But I also know when those helping hands are, and right now we need all the help we can get. I've said this over and over, but I will repeat it until you get it through your skull. The current standard is we need allies. I trust your assessment. Military perspective, but these deals are about more than we also need. Yep. We were to Becoming one of the first world leaders to recognize the island was quite the statement. Now those commies won't be able to invade Ignolia without facing the might of the Sworded Armed Forces. True, but as a result, we won't be able to conduct a trade deal, let alone... We won't let Ignolia get bullied. I agree, we can't leave them alone as we stand right now. Any kind of, moving on to Lesbia. Our southern neighbor is one of the wealthiest countries. Not just for not just there in the Arcasian sphere. Because we would be following through with our promise to lean westwards, this would also strengthen our voter base. Indeed, this deal could also be the first step in allying ourselves with Lesbia or even me. Throne will get its rightful place. Excellent. Okay, we have tungsten. What should we do? The allies, not just Runeberg attack. Begin negotiations with Lesbia. Coming, thank you, gentlemen. Dope, dope, dope. Folio cases in Bergia. I'm gonna be visiting Lesbia for a trade deal. Recession is hitting workers, not Pog. Everyone speeds up following. Okay, dope. Healthcare quality has improved. Dope. Oh shit! Look at the economy! It's going up! Let's go! We're making progress. I'm an amazing president. Currency loses value against Arcasian lira. That sucks. Dinner with a family at home. In our hands. What's wrong? Frank's university exams are... How did he do? 435 out of... You couldn't even get half of it right, Frank? Half? Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Unless you... Well, obviously this is a university entrance exam. Like, those are different. But, like, you know, if this is high school and you get below 50%, I'm gonna be honest, I think you might be trying to fail. Now, of course, that is a very broad statement, and it is an average, okay? Obviously, if we look at the nuances, this is not the case, but... Anyways. Hold on there. Maybe it'll be good for him to learn from his mistakes. Him failing will affect badly on you, on us. Makes us more, why would he sabotage us? Calm down. Have a seat, Frank. You are a disappointment to this family. Holy shit! Oh my god! Yo, who the fuck would say that? Who the fuck? That's fucked up. That's like... It's really fucked up. We're not angry at you. He went to the kitchen and washed his face. I'm so sorry. You made your mother. It's not the end of the world. I should have been around to help you study. Right, you should have taken a break from running the country to help your loser son. That's a good point, Frank. You're right. I shouldn't have taken a break. Oh, there's military school, but you're the president's son. You have options. Alfonso could get his dimwit son into Kings Hill University. I'm sure Holsford State would have room for a bright boy like Frank. I'm not gonna take life lessons from evil Alfonso. That would be amazing. A bunch of my friends going there. I could... You could also study abroad. With enough money, I could get you in a hard card in Arcasia. It's one of the best universities in the world. Sounds great, actually. Anton! I'm staying in Sorlin. Oh, I gotta get out and experience the world sometime. And in Arcasia, people might see me as something more than just the president's son. All Sorts State University it is. I'm not going to zero wealth for you, son. Who's hungry for dinner? We need another investment opportunity. We need an investment opportunity, please and thank you. Give me some insider trading. I need insider trading right now. Okay, Bergia is continuing to see profits. Day of dissension. Gonna be televised. First, you'll need to grasp the holy scepter with your left hand, then touch the altar with your right. Kneel before the... I didn't understand a word you just said. Am I supposed to bow before the archpriest as well? Thank you. It is nice to be in Dare again. Oh, great people of Swordland. Once again, we are gathered here to honor the Day of Dissension. I am indescribably happy to be sharing this moment with you as well as every blood and sword, old and young, tuning into their television to watch this holy commemoration. Along with the great leader of our great nation, I say let the holy day begin. Stay far from evil, O sons and daughters, for evil hides itself under many disguises. Disguises such as blasphemy, apostasy, and even alcohol. Be good, my children. Praise God. Praise Swordland. Pull the archpriest aside for a photo. Most excellent. Yes, right this way. I'll be right with you. Anton Rain, speak. Speak and confess now before the one God. I confess that I am not sure what I'm doing for Swordland is enough. You do carry a heavy burden on your shoulders. What you confess is not a sin, but you may share your burden with me if you like. I'm trying to reform the country, but I don't know if the country is ready for that yet. Reformation is one of the tenets of Neurity, yet it must come slowly but surely. Anything else you would like to confess? That is all for today. Before God, I thank you for sharing. You are now forgiven before God, Anton. May you never sin again. With this, the once burning sins connected here are now smoke and then nothing. Extinguish the cancels. It's about ceremony. Okay, are you ready? I'm a bit nervous. Happens to the best of us. It will be televised after all. How about something? I heard you decide on the new school curriculum. I decided that creationism shall no longer be taught in Swordland schools. Needless to say, I and the rest of the church are outraged. The possibility that entire generations of school children will have their minds filled with nonsense about evolution while failing to learn one of the main tenets of Neurity will hurt for us for years to come. Religion doesn't belong in schools, just like it doesn't belong in my government policies. Well, I was just a couple knocks. Okay. Right hand and then touch altar with left. Oh, fuck. I don't remember. I'm gonna Google it. Suzerain. Day of Dissension Ceremony. Why is Reddit? Why are you touch sword with right hand. Kneel. All right, then it's for the left hand. Hand scepter to the archpriest. Pass the sword to a disciple. What? Fucking Reddit lied to me! Reddit said to hand the sword to the disciple. Things are not going good now. Things are not going good now for this country. Having a meeting. Anything you want to say before we go in? No, sir, just keep it cool. Concerns. They don't even have the guts to face me. If the party doesn't fall in line, we must consider radical changes. Such radical changes towards the end of our term is not advisable. We can talk about these in the meeting. Peter is speaking. Good day, everybody. Please have a seat. What's on our agenda? We'll be discussing our current status and planning the remainder of our term. Now that Mr. President is here, we can begin the meeting. I know that some of you have had your concerns about our style of governance so far. There will be a time to speak up about these in the meeting today. But I must also thank you all for your hard work so far. We're very lucky to have a team like this. All of you have been invaluable to this administration. Having said that, now we have reached a critical point of our term. We are nearing the end. We have worked long and hard, but we couldn't reform the storage constitution. The deep state has acted once more. Oh god. Deep state. Our proposal had gathered, but was unlawfully rejected. The very parliament we control has stabbed us in the back. We have reason to believe that this was an organized effort which Mr. Sol himself was implicated in. We've seen have begun investigating who let us down at the vote when we needed them most. Some party essentially opposed to our decision to veto. Sarah Kibner. Past is past, we must now look towards our future. We are investigating and analyzing our faults. We will be taking measures accordingly. Our party still remains divided. In order to look at the future, we may need to make some changes. On the other hand, the opposition is exploiting our failure to reform. The latest polls show a steep increase in the opposition's support. The latest developments, we have seen a decrease in our popularity. The public opinion has shrunk since we took office. Despite everything, we managed to greatly slow down the recession. If everything goes well, it is a matter of time that people will feel its results. Our economy is not looking too bad. This is the time to give the best we can for this man, Swordland. Mr. Vice President, thank you for the opening. First, I want to hear brief reports. President, dear colleagues. The recession is slowly getting under control. We still couldn't reach a positive GDP growth. 0% was recorded as a negative 4% growth. However, this is not reflected well with our debt situation. Our total national debt has increased about $35 billion. If we enter a higher deficit, we will face a mass debt crisis. The Assembly is working on introducing new tax bills, which will generate more revenue for the government. These efforts will depend on the government deficit. On the other hand, unemployment reports indicate that we achieved a minimal increase in. Looks like we managed to cut it from 16 to 15. Are there any concerning developments? The manager reported that everything's going well and very fast with the morning report. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Wellen and Bergie, yeah. We're slowly but surely reigniting our agricultural production. Thank you, Mr. Manger. No major problem in the Ministry of Health. Thank you, Mr. Benowall. Investigations showed that Runeberg was in fact weaponizing rebels against our state. Let's refrain from sending them a response. Okay. Cooperation between Thank you, Mr. Whiskey. Our ministry is working day and night to improve our education system. Yep. Lilius, shut up. You betrayed me, Mrs. Graff. You betrayed me. You betrayed the president. I haven't heard of this before. I'm still working on the proposal and have legal backing for it. I was going to mention it later. The Ministry of Defense shouldn't be meddling with... Oh, the Syrian situations get more problematic than it might be necessary. I'll support you in the Gendarmerie Authority. Now it's your turn. Do you have anything to share, Ms. Morgana? This one, you're already well aware of what's going on. I'll do you okay? Thank you. New focus. Public opinion is concerned. We must focus on campaigning for the new election. Blame the opposition. There are no comments. Let's move on with the meeting. I believe that is everything. Agent Hailstone has revealed intelligence about a secret nuclear weapons program developed in Runeberg. Our intelligence has verified the details about a heavy water facility. Oh no. That's not good. Gang violence is claiming more lives. That is also not good. Address to the nation. Are you ready, sir? I'm always ready. After everybody was ready, the director gave the sentence. Brothers and sisters. I'd like to speak about the events of the past few months, about a great historic effort to give the words freedom, fairness, and hope new meaning and power. From the moment I was sworn in, I have done nothing but fight to achieve the change you demanded. Alas, my vision was too grand for the narrow scope of our current assembly. If assembly members had their way, Tarquin Sol's constitution would last until the end of time. Ooh, fuck. Do we really start calling people out? Do we really start getting aggressive on this? I'm tempted. Ooh. Or do I just call out Sol himself? Ooh, this is a tough one. You know what? We're fucking targeting everyone. And so they spitefully acted against me, putting their own pettiness before the needs of the country. But I will tell you this, I am not done fighting for you. I have not given up on my commitment to equality and justice. The future is in our hands. Together as a country, there is no end to what we can achieve. With reform now off the table, I shall keep following through on my promise to improve Sorlin's education system. I thank you for standing by me, your president, both in good times and bad. Amang ves cor vector insista. Revelations. Boy. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, fighting is breaking on Helgeland. Field raid in Vesord. See, the gloomy weather echoed my constant changes had been defeated. I was back to square one. My son piled the last of his bags next to the door. Sergei and the assistant driver. Pack everything? Don't forget to give me a call immediately after you arrive. Mom, I'm moving less than an hour away. You'll see me all the time. I haven't put his bed. I made you snack lunch. I'll get it from the kitchen. You're gonna do great. Thanks, Dad. Forgot what you told me about your university years. I hope Pole Sword State gives me a chance to prove myself the same way you did. Don't model your life on mine. You're your own man now, Frank. Gonna miss you. I'll miss you too. Don't forget you've got to give Mom and Dad an extra hard time for both of us now. I got the... Sir, as per the schedule, Frank needs to be at Holsworth State University for an hour. Leave now. Thank you, Sergei. Good luck. They want to see him grow and leave, isn't it? It's time for him to find himself in this world. You know, we all did, after all. Living away from home, making your own choices for this time, it changes a man. I think it'll be a liberating experience for him. It's never easy for boys to live in the shadow of their fathers. It must be even harder when one's father is Anton Rain. A great man like you casts a very long Not everyone thinks that. Excuse my language, Mr. President, but to hell with him. You are my president now and forever. I like the sound of that. President for life? Ah. There he goes. It already feels different. He'll be fine. Peter, I hope we'll be alright. Oh, we'll be fine. We will be fine. I will just have to, eliminate my political rivals. Any way that I can. Changes to the law. I've organized several events around Greater Holsword and Norges to promote our party and talk about our achievements. Our most successful mayors will be leading the campaigns in their cities. They've asked for a budget increase in order to campaign more effectively. That's not going to happen. I'm sure it could have helped our chances of success. It's later yet another time. I'm only concerned about Peter. He's been late to almost... I don't know what's wrong, but I also do not appreciate him being late all the time. Gentlemen, why are you so late? Stuck traffic around Soul Square. There was a whole gaggle of ladies trying to organize an illegal march. We had to wait for the police to show up. Starting just our plans for our next reforms. You can use your presidential decrees to enact reforms now. We have enough political capital. I also brought a list of suggestions from our party. Go over the documents. Free law D. Desolinization. Gender equality. Ooh. Oh shit, private prisons? I like the sound of that. Amnesty for all Seoul era political prisoners. Desolinization, huh? You got some balls, Anton. I never thought this would be possible. Sir, this may create a lot of frustration and anger among the conservatives. Let us not forget the fact that we are openly attacking the founder of our party. The Soulists are not Swordland. Of course, sir. I was not protesting the decision, but merely explaining the situation. Green on the will surely be quite scandalous, but it should also sit with the British and the left. Yes, but it will also anger more than a few nationalists and Soulists. If we cannot make the socialists or the British vote for us instead of their primary parties of choice, this amnesty might be damaging for us. We must show that our administrations care about them. This is how we will extend a peace branch. Valid strategy, sir. About time we went after equal rights for the ladies, if only because all those women's marches are starting to get annoying. This will, however, anger a lot of conservatives. Yeah, I know, I'm pissing off conservatives. It is 20th century and we still do not guarantee some basic rights for our women. This is unacceptable. Everything so I should get back to work. Catch up soon. Thank you all. Rain shatters sort of school tradition. Desolinization. Going on here. Welfare. Gender equality. POG. Average women's right. Let's go. We're average. Oh, God. Train had been in service. It had 9 locomotives. Okay. Okay. Simon, have a seat. I'm gonna have a quick chat about Prime Minister Alvarez and give you a heads up. He's the leader of Lesbia. There have been rumors about his demeanor in public. What do you mean? What did he do? I met with our state leaders while intoxicated. Is this something that could affect the trade deal? This happened just yesterday. Apparently he was so drunk that he couldn't get off the plane. Some say he's unfit to serve, but I don't believe that at all. Why is that? He's riddled with these kind of instances. I also heard that he's a shrewd man. Trust me, I can handle him. I'll see you when we arrive. Wait for the Prime Minister. Inspect the T-bot. Maybe the broken handle next to the T-bot. Although I knew that he was one of the youngest leaders in the world right now, I still probably looked at his young age. He was leading one of the strongest countries. He was holding his head like he had a headache and he was stumbling. Upon seeing me, he immediately composed himself. Hands. President Rain, welcome to Perla. Perla. Hear a lot about your successes as well, Mr. Alvarez. Don't say anything about the drink. You're here for the trade deal. What was it about again? Can you remind me? We want to provide Sortish tungsten in return for lesbian capital. Ah, yes, right. Sorry, I've just been very busy. You know, being a president makes you busy. So I don't have any issues with this deal. There's one problem. Well then, your decision to defend the border while Smollett committed war crimes diverted all those refugees to here. Your crisis, which means that the price has gone up, Mr. Rain. What do you want, Mr. Alvarez? One thing that anyone could possibly ever want out from Welland. I want their oil. How are you planning to get that? Enlighten me. I want you to sell me or the deal is off. Hold on. Hold the fuck. Why If I am selling him oil, why am I losing a budget? I feel like either that is a plus or it evens out. What? You really are a shrewd man, Mr. Alvarez. Take that as a compliment. No way I can do that. Then thank you for coming for this visit. Let him go. Before I forget, you owe me a teapot. I should not have signed the deal with Welland. Fuck. Maybe someone's stealing. What do you mean? Oh, the oil, you mean? Maybe. I don't know. I drove alone or on campaign headquarters. I made my way up the dusty staircase of the office building. Without further ado, I bid you welcome to this grand nostalgia trip hosted by yours truly. Remember as being much cleaner. That's what time does to things, my friend. You're looking a little shabbier yourself than you did back then. I walked over to his old desk and pointed the gramophone that had annoyed our neighbors. You gonna tell me why we are here? No, thank you. I'd rather not. Go through the records. My favorite albums. What a classic. You should mail that to Frank so we can learn what real music is. Pick your old desk drawers. Pencils underneath them. Me and Monica sitting under a tree. You have your iconic look. Take the photograph. Storage boxes. It was an emerald-colored statue of a goat, the symbol of Sorland. Take the statue. Let's talk. No, stop trying to get me to drink. Holy shit, you fucking alcoholic. Peter, what are you hiding? What's wrong? I messed up, Anton. I messed up big time. Evelyn's leaving me. She wants a divorce. I'm not surprised. No, I guess you shouldn't be. I've been sleeping with Livia. With my secretary? Look at you. Hi. How are you? He said, what? That is the press. That is the president's job to sleep with the secretary. Not the vice president. God damn it. You've been what? You were away. I was drunk. One thing led to another. His mother's a pretty girl, Anton. She's smart and kind. I think we're really connected. I like her too. That doesn't mean I'd break my vows and risk a scandal for a bit of horizontal polo. I know, but we're anything. I told her it's too unprofessional. I want Evelyn back. Who else knows beside me and the three of you? Nobody, I swear. Maybe Lucy and something else, but you know, I never... How many years have we known each other? How many scripts? I'll be blunt. You will fix this or I will remove you from office. Anything for my best friend. Call Lucian. Mr. President? You've allowed me, Mr. President, this serves to confirm some suspicions of my own. We have to meet. Right now? Morning in your office. Don't bring this up with anyone else. I fear we may have more than a mere dalliance on our hands. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking... Mr. President, thank you for meeting with me at this hour. I couldn't sleep anyway. Bro, I'm pleased that you chose to call me after your conversation with Mr. Vector last night, although I was already aware of his illicit relation with Suno. Figured as much. You know everything that goes on in the palace, after all. On its own, given Mr. Established reputation as something of a playboy, the affair is unlikely to cause much damage. However, a more troubling... The recent conversation with Mr. Hailstone, our whistleblower from Runeberg. I believe Miss Suno is our mole. She's been using her... Tell me more. I'll show you. Relax, Liv. You don't have President stick up his ass to... I am firing Peter. And Benfie. Okay, that's in the southeast. I want you bent over my desk. And then what happened? You don't need to hear the rest of it. Why so much? If not because they could strengthen us against Runeberg. That's not all. I found a resume I found. There's a year-long gap between our fishings. Suno was hired before it be completed. Wait for Lucian. Please have a seat, Miss Suno. Enough pretending your secret is out. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Come on, Livia. Peter already told me everything. So sorry, Mr. I was foolish, and Peter was so nice to me, but it's over now. Nobody ever needs to know. That's not what the president means, Miss Suno. We're referring to you being an intelligence agent for Runeberg. He's fine. What do you have to say for yourself? Mr. President, I understand if you don't want me to keep my job, but why smear me with outlandish accusations? Miss Suno, and now indulge me for a moment. What were you doing in the year 1951? You must know I was working as a cigarette girl at Porto's. It's the Lockhaven Saloon. I was saving up so I could afford my own place in Holsword. Proprietor's number if you need to double check. But why were you so eager to help David back in Benfie? So, wait, how do you know about that? Peter barged him. He was unshaven. Sit down and shut up. Get fucked. Peter took a seat on the far end of the sofa. He looked and noticed, God, why involve her? This is my mess. She did nothing wrong. You're the spy, Peter. You messed up big time. I have reason to believe she's been relaying information to Runeberg, information that you leaked her in your carelessness. Lucian, you rat bastard, you've been bugging my office? Obviously for a good reason. I had noticed the Vice President's behavior becoming increasingly erratic and unprofessional over the past few months. I wanted to get to the root of the cause. So you wiretapped your own goddamn colleague and for what? Have you been getting off on this, you pervert? Certainly not. I believe that along with the Runeberg whistleblower's admission that there is a spy in the palace and certain gaps in Miss Suno's resume, this tape makes a compelling case to investigate the Secretary for Espionage. Whether or not the investigation yields positive results, Mr. Vector not to be held accountable for his willingness to divulge such sensitive information. He ought to stand trial or at the very least resign. If I may, Mr. President, I've been paying attention to what goes on in the palace. Not because I'm... For what I've seen, this man has been attempting to undermine your Vice President at every turn. Lucian's been nothing but loyal. Peter, Livia, out now. Investigate Livia. Mr. Vectorn. I'll settle with that personally. No, I'll do it myself. She's too suspicious of you. Oh, fuck. Both Peter and Livia had been acting unnaturally nice to me, believing I'd let them off the hook for their affair. They seem to be avoiding each other in the hallways, though. Of course. I started in travel Lockhaven to speak to the owners of the pub. They confirmed that one Livia had worked there. Their description of her did not match that of your secretary, however, did match that of an unidentified corpse. Oh shit. That was Livia Suno. How could we have missed all this? Arrest her for espionage. However, if we do so, it's only meant for the mean to pieces together what happened. Get Marcel on it. I know you think you'd be a better vice president, but enough is enough. Would you do the same to your I wouldn't. I'm your chief. I have advised you on what I believe, but of course. Peter will be our scapegoat. Thank you. You tell me, Alana. Alana Vance, you are under arrest on suspicion of espionage. What the hell is going on, Mr. President? Have you let Lucien get to your head? I thought you were smarter than that. You're gonna pay for your lies, Alana. No! No, you can't do this to me! What in the hell, Anton? What's going on? Her name's Alana. Lucien was right about her. She's a spy. Don't say another word without a lawyer present. Except this here saddled, drunk, and a lousy lay. Honestly, if I were a Rimberg spy, I'd barely have to do a thing. You two have Swordland ripe for the taking. Come to my office. You're making a scene out here. You believed him. Well, better save him, especially after what you called me. At least we finally have this ordeal behind us. Let's go. Actually, I have to tell you something. Can you make a law that if someone pisses on a toilet seat, they can be hanged? I wish. I would pass that law so fucking fast, Clay. Yeah, what is it? I want you to resign. You do deserve that, you fucker. Yes, your philandering put all of us in danger. I'm sorry, Anton. I was never cut off at a job. Imagine being a sub and so... Huh? Oh. Oh, it took me a second and then it clicked. Yeah. right? It was fun while it lasted. Sure was, old buddy. You've got to prepare for the press conference. I suggest you do the same. Earlier in Maroon to New Beginnings. National security is breached. Fuck. Press release for the affair scandal. Podium. Remember we talked about Mr. President. How could I forget? I was about to blame my best friend for a scandal that was. Thank you for coming. As you are aware, Alana Vance, the Roomberg spy who posed as my secretary, is currently on trial for espionage. Rest assured, Roomberg will be made to answer for its latest affront to our great country. However, the fact remains that she should never have been allowed to infiltrate our administration in the first place. She did so by exploiting the weakness of Vice President Peter Vectorn. Oh shit, we can either denounce him as a threat to the fucking state. We're gonna, He did fucking say shit that you really should not be saying to a fucking secretary. And that would be treason, my dude. That would be, Do I try? I think the villain arc truly starts with the failure of our planned constitutional reforms. We're now a bad guy. Mr. Vectorn's willingness to put his own infantile desires over sword and security has made him a threat to the state. Make murder fun. Make political murder fun again. Good. I can never run for a political office after this game. Because this will be used against me. Therefore, the Vice President shall be tried for his shameful actions against the state. If found guilty, he will be imprisoned. Take him. Wait, I put my hand over his mic and gestured to Carl Greaser, who was awaiting off stage. Anton, prison? This is for the good of Swordland. Trust me. Fuck you, Anton, you hear me? Fuck! I'm a reporter's drowned out of screams as he was led away. Mr. President, I'll take one question. President Rain, were you implying that Mr. Vett and the covert agent president were engaged in intimate relations? Yes. Were you aware of this when it was happening? Gesture to Lucian to end of the press conference. President will not be taking any further questions. I did say only one question. I did say one question. She tried to ask me a second one. Lucy and I looked at each other for a moment. Vector certainly made a scene, but it appears that you will make it out of this unscathed. Of course, it's now the matter of replacing both your secretary and your vice president. You're a little old to be my secretary. I have a few candidates in mind. Very good, sir. Fuck. Rumberg infiltrated Maroon Palace. President Secretary arrested for treason. Shit. Ooh, we're about to have a war, and I don't... Our economy has rebounded. Briefing on the women's rights. Why not? Mr. President, I just want to thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I think both of you together could finally bring change to Swordland. First off, Mr. President, I wish to thank you for pushing a decree on establishing gender equality in education. You know, this is something I've been trying to accomplish since my appointment. That said, we still have a long way to go before Swordfish women are able to enjoy the same rights and privileges as men, or even as their counterparts. And this isn't only a moral issue. I've seen enough revolutions in this world. Money. Law dictates that women earn the same wages as men, and my research shows that this led to a 15.5% increase in productivity. Case passed laws ensuring maternity leave rights, child daycare, intern. Okay. Oh, I am asking why not improve our economy and modernize it? Formalizing domestic reform. Wait, they are legally. Oh, yeah. That's a travesty. We should lift up all Swordish women, bloods included. Or for working mothers. Having children never hindered my career prospects. Equal treatment. Narrowing the pay gap. What is our yeah, people should be hired on merit. Yeah, it's true, not consciously. Yeah, that's a fair point. Made a good case. Commission for Women's Rights. Commission on the Status of Women. You need a commission while running your laws past the Assembly. Even now, you'll still need the commission to ensure the laws are successfully implemented. It supplies the changes will be beneficial. One more thing to consider before making your decision. This could help silence any of the public's questions regarding... Yeah. I'll approve the creation of the commission. Not over yet. Yep. Making women happy. What we do as president. Alright, so our budget is fucked. But. We're at least a little bit wealthy. And that's a good thing. Fucking hell. The most influential NGO, the Swordish League of Women, is organizing a massive fundraising campaign to raise awareness and sort of... Do not donate. I don't want to... I don't have money. I have one monies. Selection of new vice president. Replacement would have been easy, but would be Swordish law dictated that if a vice president failed to complete his term, new candidates were to be put forward by members of the cabinet. Down to 3, Lucian, Gallade, and Albin. Lucian, you're one hell of a strategist, but why should I make you VP? It's precisely in my capacity as strategist that I have evaluated the experience and capability of potential vice president objectively. I am by far the most qualified candidate. I would advise you not only to think about our long history, but also You're such a valuable strategist, I don't know if I can afford to lose you in that capacity. Only increase. I expect you'll make the right decision, Gloria Tori. Gloria, tell me, why should I pick you? You become the vice president, and I get the votes from the conservatives. There is no us, Gloria. I don't think Sorlin's ready for a female, but... I'd rather not align myself with the conservative wing. Shame then. I had hoped you would see the opportunity. I guess you lacked I wish you a nice day, Mr. President. Mr. Clavin! You have been my buddy. You've been a good friend. Let's talk. One of these days, not only to catch up to our moment, but to surpass him. Excel and sort of new heights. Very idealistic. I like it. Thank you. The fact that I reforms. That makes sense. What does it mean more time youthful? Youngest member of the assembly and complete rejuvenate source. I want to do the same. There, I trust your judgment. Thank you. I will consider what you said. We're gonna pick Albin. Started the day at the palace. The Ashraf anniversary is coming up soon. The most important day for the Belush Papas. Watani Ashraf is one of their symbols, as you know. Presidents will show your desire for a more united, so we will reap the benefits. You were right. We're on another corner to reach the last corridor leading to my office. Lucien suddenly stopped in front of one of the doors of the plaque that once had been removed. One of the tallest buttons. You can leave it there, thank you. President, Lucien. Is Mr. Gallet to you, Mr. Vice President? Farewell, Mr. Gallet. How's it going? Are you settled in yet? Mr. Gallet, please deliver this to my secretary. This needs to be in the hands of the Justice and Play. I'm not your servant, Mr. True, but I am your I should have picked Lucien. We work with requests here, Mr. Clavin, not orders. Then I request, Mr. Clavin, could you please deliver this to my secretary? Please? Fine, I'll take it. I'll see you later, Mr. President. I want you to try to get along with Lucien. Do my best. I think Lucien is mad at me for choosing someone else. The report says against guy. This is unacceptable. How did the police meddle in the affairs of the gendarmerie? It was your men who started this ridiculousness and meddled with an ongoing police investigation. Rural security is my jurisdiction, and your men were way outside of Velsword. We're here to help with the matter. What is going on? Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. No, Mr. Lynch, you're the one who does not understand this. Please, if you continue to do so, you will pay for it. Don't worry, we'll solve this conflict of interest. This issue has been in the back of my head for a long time, and now it causes real damage. Joseph, let's hear your side. I was tracking a drug traffic. We immediately acted on it. Just when we were about to raid their hideout with live weapons, the police alerted criminals. Isn't there a line of communication between you? There is, but the ministers decided... Okay. Technically he said about you because the reports show that you knew about the gang and their stash in the countryside. How do we solve this issue so that it happens again? Security matters should be handed to Ministry of Interior completely. We are called for a reason. To me, what needs to change is nothing but the problems in it. We define out what is causing this and fix it. And justifies this means in this case. Do you have a better solution, Yosef? That was before this screw up. It's not our promise. What promise? Nothing is going on. Lilia set us up to create this incident. She bit her fucking lips. She did set this up. There is no way that the police arrived here at the right time of a month-long search on the exact day and minute of the gendarmerie raid. You may be right. You've gone against me, Miss Graff. There will be no change related to the gendarmerie operations. From now on, work together and don't fight among each other. I want capable and effective members of cabinet. I think Ms. Graff is fucking betraying the country. Or at least betraying me. And, of course, I am what's important, okay? Nothing else. I am the most important person. Alright? Healthcare situation. Thanks for bringing these in. No problem at all. It's very important about the status of our healthcare. We can go. Let's begin. Go quickly summarize. So we include our report for the year. Thanks to that, we have improved the healthcare in the country overall. I've used the resources to begin to comprehend. We have more patients treated, less waiting times, and higher treatment quality than years before. Good. Under my president, I want Swordfish people to have the best health service they can get. That can't be a more valiant aim. The foundations we laid so far will influence the years to come. Turning on the right path, generally less fear. However, give it a few years and we might even surpass them. We need to get to the level of superpowers. Take effort, however, we can stay for a minute. I'm sure we will. Moving on. Paid off greatly. The quality of care increased. Inequality is our worst enemy. We're one step closer to beating it. Variant service needs more effort to be completely solved. Okay. All these efforts have resulted in a clear increase of quality. Now that I've given you the short summary, there's a very important matter to discuss. Take a look. President's eyes only. Polio outbreak. How bad is it? For now, it seems beyond control. We have put a few villages under quarantine. The total number infected are currently 1,407. A total of 23. And if we receive into our healthcare, this should curb the infection ratio. Although I am afraid even that might not be enough. This is a very serious matter, Mr. President. Lives of Swordfish citizens are at stake. The order takes the element of this right. With that attitude, I know that we will succeed in that. We have done our research. There is a cure. A vaccination was recently invented in United Kingdom by a doctor, and the firm has been made available for free in the entire world. No matter what people think about, if the same thing happened in our case, we would be paying the price for it. Maybe increase the fund. We have the capability to produce this vaccine, but I'm afraid simply having will help. We need to make sure they are administered. Mandatory polio. With your order, I can make this work as we have to. Whatever it takes for Sterling, do it. And next thing, I must get to work immediately. Epidemic prevented. Let's fucking go. Protests against gender equality. All right. Huh. Whole sort of desalinization started. Dope. Less smoke bill. The assembly passes an amendment to the text in order to increase tax. Oh, fuck yeah. Give me money. Tobacco consumption reduced. Let's go. Let's go. Progress. Healthcare spending. Alright, there is significant budget left in the Ministry that we can spend on several different programs. Well, our healthcare is already fucking good. So actually, I think we can avoid not spending. Right? Like, look at that. Look at that! Our healthcare system is doing great. Attend to support. The event took place in the aptly named Izam Square, just several blocks away from the site of the tragic Izam incident, which currently lays under. We drove in the President's Gadila as we entered the city's old paved streets. This is good. This will help ease. I hope so. Play our cards right, I am certain. We're almost there. I can hear the crowd. They seem to be chanting Yolak Bludaret. I believe that means free Bloody and Bludish or something of that sort. Created by Monsoon Leke, he wore a coat over his suit, which was marked with red and turquoise stripes with the Bluish Movement's flag. I was an Suzerain, Mr. President. Raised a hand, shook hands, and I raised his hand in a display of unity. Welcome, shall we move into... Let's go. As we... Alright, everyone started to get quiet. Thousands of candles were burning inside the sanctuary. The red candle at the center was for Watani Ashraf. Pick up the red candle. He also picked up and started walking out. Many others followed suit, including us. We slowly walked towards Ashraf's grave, and then hundreds of people joined with us. I hear standing torch. Light the torch together with Monsoon. I turned around and realized the sheer amount of people who were following us. They were all looking at me, waiting to hear what I would say. Brothers and sisters. We're here to mourn Watani Ashraf and many others who have lost their lives. I'm not standing before you today as the president. I'm standing here as one of you. Despite the attempts to divide us, our people will stand as one. We are sword, we are blood. We are all united under the one flag. Old man from the crowd yelled, "He's right!" Let me tell you one thing. I dream of a swordland, a truly united swordland. A country where being a blood or a sword does not matter. Let this be a testament of our unity for the future generation. Let us stand together as blood and sword. I need help from each and every one of you to make this country a better place for everyone. Yolak Bludarat. I must admit, Mr. President, that was a good speech. I hope the crowd thinks the same. Let's give him a hug. Instead of going for the handshake, I spread out my arms and hugged him. Suddenly, the whole crowd started clapping. Thank you for this, Mr. President. I don't think the people of Suzerain will ever forget this. You have become the first and only president who was brave enough to come to Suzerain and pay respects for the Izam victims. I hope this will be a start of a new era. Thank you. Sir, it's time to go. Well done, sir. This will be very useful in the upcoming elections. Time will tell. Brotherhood of the People. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. What's going on in Holsword? Current political situation. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. This shouldn't take long. I just want to go over the current political situation. As you know, I've been working on improving our public image. However, there's a decision that needs to be made. Our initial reports showed that voters, especially younger ones, are extremely responsive to advertisement over television, especially the new techniques of today. And we would like to put out a brand new television campaign. For this, they will be given security clearance to come in and take photos. Good plan, let's do it. I'll notify the film crew. Next, it's time to talk about our election prospects. With you that have been... How are two getting along these days? I'm ready to read, but I think we've made our peace. Mr. President? Mr. Vice President? He didn't show it. His phone was like, man, throw that down. I just received the results of a voter poll commissioned by Peter Ketrobuk. There's a parched, put in plain language, it's okay, but not amazing. We shouldn't take it for granted that we'll win this election. Never took it for granted. We still have a year to gain more votes, but we've got to think strategically, which presumably is why you have retained the services of your chief strategist. You have something to add, Lucian? No, pardon the interruption. Looking at the demographics of the voters polled, you've fallen out of favor of the Conservatives. Less than half of them are likely to vote for you. The Liberal base appears divided, but you do have a considerable number of supporters there. For better or worse, quite a few nationalists appear on track to vote for you. If you ever had any support from socialists, you've completely lost it now. Good news, you're set to have the highest share of the bluish vote of any Swordfish president. You're even winning them away from the WPB. Lastly, we can't expect votes from centrist and unaffiliated voters unless we do something to win them over. Lucian, what do you suggest? Thank you, Mr. President. It may sound like common sense, but a convincing enough campaign can succeed where policies fail. Choosing to focus on your campaign was already a good start. I'd advise you to seize every chance for exposure that you can. Like that television ad. That's exactly one more thing. There is a not insignificant portion of undecided who don't care who occupies as long as the economy is running smoothly. Probably is just ahead of the Good to know. It seems to be stable so far, but we should avoid further crisis if we want to come out of this term strong. There's some worrying news. The Lothar group is up to something. Alright, Albin, your thoughts. What do the Liberals want? So the Liberal base is very concerned with equality. If you want their vote, you need rock-solid policies on women's rights and human rights in general. Liberals love a free market, so if you're anything less than a full-bore capitalist, you're going to have to whip Sortland's into the best shape it's ever been. Well, have a free press has certainly not helped your chances of Liberals. If you really want to clinch the Liberal vote, well, you could always look for an excuse to leave the USP, but that's bound to have other consequences. I'll keep that in mind regardless. I've just about had it with the USP. Honestly, you're polling so well Liberals that you don't need to take any of my advice. Just don't tank the economy or oppress anyone too bad. Just don't fuck the economy and don't oppress anyone. It should be easy enough. Thank you, Albin. Was that all for today? Perfect. Three of us make a good team, don't we? Their silence told me that we do not make a good team. Yeah. Polio disease is controlled. Let's go. Voice break. Voice break. Oh. Whew. Okay. Unrest among populace. Mr. President, we have a problem. Go on. Came here to take a look. The reports say protests in major cities. Protests has been erupting all over Swordland. They're asking for your change doesn't come easy. There's always a cost. Yes, and we have a duty to keep that cost. Our Grace is on his way here right now. He'll tell us what he knows. Hold on, we have a bot. We do. Huh? Look at that. I do. Hoggies. Thank you, Clay. When did he do that? Let's see. Oh, he just did that. Okay, that's a new bot. Yagpdb. Nice. That's pretty pog. What's going on? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Carla, updates. As you know, pros have been popping. They seem to fall off, and that seems to be about it. They dare defy me! Traitors! There's freedom of speech in this country. They can say whatever they want. Saying things. What are the process? Various groups. Support of the Ashram. And there are many provocateurs that are not tied to any. They are peaceful. You said it yourself. I'll speak with them and listen to their demands. Good luck. Oh shit, the economy went down by 1. Fuck! And just... Ah! Ah! Electronics. Security Act. The lack of security due to the period of social upheaval calls for judgments proposed by the GNA. Section 1 allows the use of force whenever deemed necessary. Huh? Yo, that's a pretty fucking fascist, hold on. Dude, this is the fucking Patriot Act. That's gonna piss some, that'll piss some people off. Ah, no, I feel like most people are against the Patriot Act. I feel like most people are smart. That statement will piss people off. Ah. Veto it. We're into chapter 4. You know what? This might end up being a longer stream. I think we're gonna finish the game tonight. I think that's gonna be the goal. All right, news update. Answer. Okay. Right. Protect Women Act. The Assembly with the Commission on this has come to the conclusion because there's a. Sign it. We're going broke. We are going broke. I've been the first casualty of a political career. Reheat the stew. Oh, I thought Mom would pick up. Sorry, you're stuck with your old man. No, I didn't mean it that way. I just figured you'd be working. I got that record you sent me, not bad, Rolled. Glad you liked it. How's Uncle Peter doing? I haven't heard from him since the press conference. Okay, it's so messed up what he did. So, I've been seeing this new girl at school. Really, what she's like? Amazing. Blutish, actually. Her parents are big supporters of yours. I like her already. Maybe I'll bring her for dinner next week. Good catching up with you, Frank. Yeah, okay. Bye, Dad. Aw, the president's eating alone. Improved transportation links. We have it. Ah! Ah! Ah, the debt! Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh boy! Oh, this is not. Oh, things are going to shit. Things are gonna go to shit just like they did in what was it called? Life and Suffering of Sir Bronte. Things are gonna go to shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Human dignity bill? Let's see. Allowing transactions to occur in non-registered businesses. Oh. Veto. I have protected sex workers. Let's go. Will they give me money? So, Mr. President, you're not willing to resign, but willing to talk to the protesters. I remind you, this is a movement. People are trying to bring the change they've been denied for so long. Your administration probably left them no choice. I've done everything for my people. Maybe your values are different from what they want. Even look at these people, Mr. President. You brought people from all walks of life together, people you'd never think would come together. But they did. This is a huge achievement. I can at least give you credit for that. I've seen them, Mrs. Horton, and I want to help. We can fix them. That's why they're asking for your... Went out to Seoul Square to voice... Your police nearly beat them to death. Those policemen acted on their own accord. We never gave them such orders. You might not have given such orders, but the police feel that they have the right. I thought this was going to be true. We want just to be served. First, we demand want the dismissal. Where's the tax money and why is it? Yeah. What the fuck? I can help you with these. What is in the Freedom Act? Firstly, no person will be detained without proper trial. This will require warrants. Loopholes that give the police, yeah. Okay, I agree to all of that. He wasn't demanding anything outrageous. What the fuck? Freedoms Act. God damn it. It's fucking... Alright, further into debt. This country's fucked. This country is fucked, dude. Oh no. For Luxury Tax Act? Sign it. Yep, gives me money. I don't care. It gives me money. I don't give a fuck. Alcohol Tax Act? Yes, give me more money. Oh fuck, I'm ruining the economy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But at least we have welfare. Fund political youth group? Don't fund. Emergency call. Mr. President, this way to the car, please. Sign red, war room. Going to war, we must maintain peace in Sorlin. They're supposed to sit down, they are testing us. What is going on here? Mr. President, Falcon, please go ahead and prove it. President, approximately 20, Roomberg down one of our planes from the ground. The pilot was declared KIA. General Kruger, I mean no offense, but are we absolutely sure that is this? Here are the to answer your questions, yes, we are. You can see here on the map the plane was down approximately 10 kilometers inside our borders. I've calculated the trajectory of the gunfire, and they started firing when our plane was in our border. You're Halligan. This is an attack against Mr. President. We need to be calm. No, there's a contest against. My army's ready to do it. Start the sword or score machine and prepare to invade Roomberg. They will pay for their crimes. Where's the commandant? Please allow me to explain. This is back on us and blame us for the attack. Every single enemy is Swordland, and trust me, there are many. Will unite under that banner regard. We will be seen in the fight. You're right, we shouldn't be so hasty. Equal force. I still think a peace was going to be more beneficial, of course. Sign off on the operation, yep. It makes sense, organize the military parade. We are so fucked. This country is fucked, dude. We have a big deficit. My efforts for the economy have tanked. Potential alliances. Welcome everyone. We wanted everyone to be present. We have reached an envoy from Akasi. They're requesting a state visit. Ato is always trying to expand. After all, they will. There's a lot we could gain. You out of your mind? Let them continue. And then covering the guys of join Ato's. Let's see what he wants first, then I'll decide. You are our most experienced foreign policy. What's your take on this? Bound to increase the movement in the upcoming meaning back channels are reporting rumors that. I'm afraid it will not be possible standing against rumor with us. Oh boy. Lucian, what do you think? Very well, accept their offer. Just try means you can't to impress them. Crime is reduced. Human rights have expanded. The economy is in shambles. My presidency is a failure. We're a failure. I thought I was doing good. I was doing good up until like chapter 3. What the fuck? How could things go to shit so fast? Looks good, Lucian. Good job. Mr. Rain, if you told me I'd get to meet with your lovely wife, I would come sooner. I'm charmed, Miss Rain. Mrs. Rain to you. Dwight, are you fucking trying to flirt with my wife? Huh? Hi there, Nova. And who do we have here? Mr. President, it's so good to finally meet with you. It's really good to see you, Mr. President. I assure you the feeling is mutual. That's why I'm here, in fact. Corridor. Yeah, clapping. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our guest of honor. Thank you, President Rain. It's good to be here. Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome. Bowed before my wife, Ms. Rain. Can I call you Monk? Of course, if I can call you Dwight. Interject and dance with Monica yourself. Right, left, right. Followed along at first sounded smoother and more confident. You saved me, Monica. At your service, Mr. That's one of my good qualities. How about some business? Yes. Business, of course. I don't smoke, Mr. Walker, thank you. Yes, I am sure. Truly an unfortunate chain of events, indeed. Max just kidding, I'm no reporter. I just made it out alive of a bad one myself. Oh, it was a rough one, too. You get used to it. A couple people in prison, couple people silenced. You know the drill. What? This is a really good one. Very smoky. I like it. Glad you liked it. Emily Miles better than Volgaslani and whiskey. But I like Lesby and whiskey more. Pairs better with their cigars. Some are stronger, some are weaker. A person likes stronger, that's why I like this one. Yes, in the end. Oh, what type of whiskey do you like? I like complex flavors. As good as they can get tiring. No, I'm here. I want to make you an offer. I'm listening. Good. Listen closely. Soon, instead of her, we will see a more united world. There's us, ATO, against them. I'm by our side, the winning side. I'd like to send you this course comes on lost prison. Yep, yep, ATO. Mutual loyalty. ATO both branches, be it air, curving, yep. Armies will learn how to fight together and be stronger. Yep, that's me here tonight. I say I accept, Mr. Welker. That's what I like to hear. Here's newfound partnerships. Alright, today's but let's go upstairs. We need to celebrate. Besides, from her dance move to show off. Maybe I should have pressed for better circumstances or something. Maybe I could have gotten a better stuff, but hopefully this helps with a bunch of the issues that we have caused for ourselves. What's going on in the capital here? Late night. Where were you? I mean, a few drinks to Ciara. Bill, given how stacked these. You'd have invited me to. Oh, you would have found Burnham and somebody had to look after the honor. I believe you're turning into a politician, Mrs. Rain. Get used to it, baby! I'm not gonna stop until we get what we're asked for. True equality for all women in Swordland. Seriously, Anton, this is what I want to do. I've never felt so alive. Give her a hug. No, I have to. With you by my side, how can I lose? Oh, did she just take me to the bedroom? What happened? Oh, okay. I was wondering who you were, no, because I was like, I didn't recognize the name, but it also didn't say first-time user. So I was like, is that Yetta? Not. Plane in retaliation. Navy spotted. Bergian plane shot down. Ignolia signal standing with Swordland. That increases naval presence. Okay. Election speech. Good morning, sir. Morning, Lucian. I just thought I'd drop off some time for your speech today. Just like old times, indeed. Sure you can take another 4 more years of me? Ready if you are, Mr. President. I'll see you at the rally. I couldn't be present today, but I want to really miss it. What did he say? I bless the rains down. I don't know whether to laugh or to fucking facepalm at this pun. I do appreciate puns, though. I love a good old dad joke. Both? Fair point. For a united Swordland. Sons and daughters of Swordland. Past 3.5 years have seen our country tested over and over. Yet the Rain administration stands strong, ready to lead Swordland to greatness once more. I've begun to fix the disastrous economic decisions of my predecessors. As protests threaten to tear us apart, I promise I will restore harmony. I will continue to fight for the constitutional reform Swordland deserves. And I will continue to root out corporate corruption and wrongdoing even within the institutions we hold dear. I'm saying that one. That sounds so badass. Some have accused me of straying from the values of the USP. To them I say, I am the USP. There's been tremendous progress made in this term and more is to come. The youth and determination of my new Vice President, Albin Clavin, shall help guide us into a brilliant future. A roar shook the hall. This time, my fellow swords, a new dawn is upon us, and it begins right here and right now. A Magno est cor. The audience enthusiastically finished the saying as streamers shot out of cannons behind me. My re-election campaign had officially begun. I stepped down from the podium. Hell yeah. Let's go! The economy is fixed! Let's go! What happened? How did it happen? What did I do? What changed? Embargoed by Cantana, Casein influence, ATO, Strategic Alliance member, dope. You had youth and young swords fight, young swords oppress. Okay. Current economic situation. Oh my god. Woo! Dude, when the economy jumping up like that, that was so needed. Oh my god. Open the door and it's the largest boardroom in the building. Good morning, Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Sorry, I got home. Did you start yet? No, not yet. Not everything. Let's begin. As you all know, we are here to review the economic progress we have made over the past term and decide how to proceed. I'll brief you quickly on what we have done so far. Very well, let's hear it. Please turn to page 5. I turned to page 5. Let's start off with our economy plan. I would like to say we are on track, but unfortunately I cannot. Our decisions so far have not been in line with our initial intention from... That's the price we pay for doing the right thing. Find out the facts here. Let's move on with the report. Page 16. I may say that our trade has increased since the beginning of our term. We are on the right path. More trade means a more vibrant economy. Having said that, the fact that we are now able to rely completely on our own economy is definitely a step in the right direction. Governments will need to join the global... Now that we can stand on our own 2 feet, we can aim for more opportunities with foreign countries. Page 17. In our attempt to repair Swordland's economic system, we have mostly gone against the wishes of big businesses in favor of their customers. Want to make people happy. Thankfully, sides are steadily increasing. We've been receiving fewer and fewer complaints about our welfare systems. That is terrific, both for the people of Swordland and for our re-election prospects. Exactly. Some of our industries have also been knocked down to their knees by our recent taxations. As a decreased stressy. Some people are calling government out for infringing on their personal liberty. Page 34. Rate has gone down. We need to fix it as soon as possible. Everyone on this next term. Then moving on logistics. Our infrastructure project paid off in the long term. Smoother commutes, easier access, faster. Everyone's happy. Page 57. There's a chart. Inflation rate is currently at an amazing 2%, down from 7. Let's go. We got the inflation rate down. Poggies. Dude, imagine there's a president in the future where he's giving his yearly address to the nation, and he ends the address with Poggies, my fellow Americans. Dude, I would do that for a fucking meme. I would do that if I were president, just because it'd be so fucking funny. Like, all of the old people wouldn't get it. But it would still be fucking funny. Would it be stupid? Yes. And then dab on the Russians? Bum. I nuked your capital. Dab on them. No, I did not nuke Moscow. That would be bad. Because then we'd get nuked. And that wouldn't be good. Good news for the Swordish people. Yes. We are writing history here. Agreed. Mr. President, do you have any questions so far? Latest numbers on GDP. Not much more than we had at the beginning of a term. As per the latest stats, the economy is running this summer. Not much change. What is our debt situation? I would still consider this as we inherited a recession. We essentially, yeah, we prevented economic collapse. That's pretty good. Unemployment still at 16. Damn it. Budget spending. Our numbers indicate that overall we've been fairly balanced in spending our government budget. Alright, sure, the money is that is not. It's just pieces of paper. Going. Take an international loan from MFI. Our fight against the odds, but we couldn't accomplish much. You may have surmised from the. We have done all we could. Now is the time to look to the future and try to fix our mistakes. Coming, yes, thank you all. Decided to take out national loans, economic improvement. NFP is welcoming a general's son, fucking fascist. Crime and racial oh great. That's never good. Fishing and foodstuffs grow. Are you ready for yes, let's get the I hope so, Lucian. Mr. President, welcome to One-on-One. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you. Let us begin with the latest incident between Swordland and Rudenberg. An aircraft of the Swedish Air Forces was shot down by Rudenbergian anti-air guns a few weeks ago. Officials from the Rudenbergian government proclaimed that the aircraft was flying inside the airspace of Rudenberg. Just a few days after the incident, Swedish anti-air guns shot down a Rudenbergian airplane. This time, your government proclaimed exactly the same, while the Rudenbergian government insisted that their plane was inside their airspace. Many argue that this was not a coincidence and the Swedish army acted intentionally in retaliation. Did you give such an order? Their claim is nonsense. Our plane was shot down inside our borders. But what about the attack from your side? It doesn't seem like an accident. Their plane breached our airspace and our forces only acted in response to that. Are you saying that the Rudenbergian officials are lying? Are you absolutely certain that their plane was inside Swedish airspace? Yes, they lied in both instances. These were harassments against Swordland. Do you believe these harassments could lead to an actual war between Swordland and Rudenberg in the future? I believe that's what Rudenberg wants. They have been working to get a justification for such an action. This week, the Arcasian government has condemned Rudenberg for their actions against Swordland. Now that Swordland is also a member of the ATO, do you think this would deter Rudenberg from creating a broader conflict? I'm not sure. Rudenberg sees itself as the third superpower of this world. We can expect anything from them. You have also earlier claimed that Rudenberg has been spying on your administration, and the alleged spy was none other than your own secretary. Rudenberg has since denied all your claims. We have all the evidence it was them. The world should know about Rudenberg's interference with its neighbors. This is a very serious accusation, Mr. President. Oh. Scandal caused by that resulted in Mr. Vector leaving his office. He was blamed and you appointed a new vice president. Many claim that this was just an internal political move designed to eliminate the vice president. What do you have to say about these accusations? That is absurd. Mr. Vector was guilty for leaking classified information to a foreign spy. But don't you think you were partly to blame? She was yours. It was going on right under your nose. First, I'm not responsible for processing background checks. Second, it was Mr. Vector who employed her. It didn't look like he was satisfied with my response. He stopped for a moment and took a brief look at his papers. Okay, let's return to back to your foreign policy. Conflict between the Bogoslanian Navy has been increasingly active in the Markian Sea. As you know, they have been harassing Ignolian ships and recently Sortish ships as well. Sorlin is committed to stand together with Ignolia. In fact, you have a military alliance with him. What do you think about Bogoslan's actions and their claims on the island? It is very concerning. We can't have them harass other nations of the Markian Sea. The seas are not theirs to claim. I think the hostilities between Ignolia and Bogoslan can erupt into a hot war. I don't think it would go that far. Both sides are able to see reason. Would Sorlin also get involved if the situation gets out of control? I hope the situation won't come to that. But what if it does, Mr. President? The situation comes to that, the Sortish armed forces and the Sortish Navy will be ready to defend the island. Why is it that you support Ignolia's side in this conflict, Mr. President? Because the island belongs to Ignolia. It has been the case for more than 3 decades. Last year it took place Wellen, when the Wajik forces partook in a massacre of British civilians on the guise of the English front. Sorlin decided to watch the atrocities take place. In fact, you not only closed the borders to the refugees fleeing from massacre, your border guards worked in cooperation with the Wajik forces. Of course not. We had nothing to do with what went on inside Wellen. We only protected our borders. Many have criticized Sorlin for its role in the conflict. Do you not accept any of the criticisms? Our role? Really? Why don't you ask Mr. Smolak these questions? I'm talking to you now, Mr. President. Then I think I gave you all the necessary answers, Mr. Sacker, but how about... Well, it seems that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for your valuable time, Mr. President. It was a pleasure. Hopefully next time we'll meet again in Karut. Smiled, of course, Mr. President. You'll always be welcome in Karut. Holy shit, that's a lot. Oh god, what's happening? Sorlin, oh god. I got my own economic system named after me. Poggies. WPB leader is poisoned? That's not Pog. People are still calling for my resignation. Early morning at the Rain household. Memento. Pick up the phone. Alvin Clavin, Mr. President, sorry, but this is important. I just started the impeachment process. Impeachment for what? To be frank, you might be screwed. Deciding major. Here's what it says. President Rain abused his powers to send his son to in cahoots with the media mogul. Oh fuck. They know. Oh no. Talk to you. Oh. How'd they find out? How'd they find? Did my vice president betray me, or my former VP? Did former vice president Peter Vector betray me? Oh, this is not good. Knock. Is that you? My mother, actually. It was her only child, you know, giving birth to me and left her medically unable to conceive. For not bearing him a son. Sounds like a painful childhood. Nice story. Why am I here? Smells delicious. Anton, I want you to know that I have nothing but respect for you. Thank you. You know, I want you to be the first to know that I myself will be running against you at the party congress. I suspect that might happen. Aren't you going to pretend you're not currently on the verge of impeachment? Did you think I'd sit by as you made a mockery out of this country's constitution? The very constitution that keeping this nation safe from it. You're a disgrace to the good name of... You're fired. A little late for that. I'm doing you a courtesy tonight. I didn't want you to surprise you at Congress. I won't do it, neither will the rest of the party. I'll tender my official resignations for back in Holsword. I understand now why you never found a husband. Get dabbed on, bitch! Get fucking dabbed on! Military parade. President, we're almost ready. Good. Private, can't you do your job properly? What is that salute, soldier? Watch, this is a real salute. He performed an excellent salute, and after scolding the president, he walked back. Strict as ever. Old habits die hard. Mr. President, Mr. Linchea? At ease, Mr. Walkner. Are we ready to depart yet? Yes, sir. Follow me, please. Yes, Sergei, I've seen it. Sergei, where did you do your military service? Morna, 7th Artillery Squadron. I still talk with many of my friends from these days. Camaraderie of military is never forgotten. I still talk with many from my days as well. What about you, sir? All over Swordland, you know. Mr. President was under my command once, government outpost. Remember those days. We can forget about Mandatory Conscription. We called him the Relentless. Good old days. Alice remembers from not to execute direct orders from superiors. It's in the past now. True. You're here, sir. Okay. S-16. Sweet. Salute. Tarquin's soul. Will of the state. I am the state. L'état, c'est moi. I still know my French. Kinda. Only quotes like that, though. Okay. What's going on in the news? Geopolitical. World leaders gather at Alliance of Nations. Poggies. Schedule Alliance of Nations sessions. Yep. Alliance of Nations. And then we were met with a parliamentary guide. We answered them. Others were... It's amazing how someone has managed to fill a room with people that absolutely loathe each other. Humanity has come far. How are you feeling being the president? Comes with the job. For what it's worth, I appreciate all the advice you have given me. Thank you, Anton. But to start, it is my pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of Lesbia to address the Assembly. Patricio Alvarez stood and walked. Mr. President, it is my pleasure to return to this podium. Let's see how crazy this year's session will get. I'm surprised he isn't drunk. When I last spoke here, the message I gave was of encouragement and support to this organization and the vital role it plays. Of all the challenges Eastern Marcopa and the whole world has faced since then, one has grown larger and more imminent than any other. The threat of the so-called socialist states and the actions taken by their authoritarian rulers with no regard to international law. Like the Chancellor is already mad. Today, the need to come together as the leaders of the free world is more important than ever. CSP, under the leadership of United, has been fueling. We're going to turn a blind eye to the increasing naval presence. We hereby call for the immediate withdrawal of all naval from international waters. Let's not forget about the recent events that transpired in another state with socialist teachings. A state that wages war against its own citizens. Here's a point. Their purge of the minorities in their country was again largely ignored by the international community. I'll go as far as to call it genocide. Holland violated our past treaties and mobilized their armed forces, deploying them close to our borders and authorizing them to partake in massacres. Lesbia was affected not only by the large by this, by the member states' action against Well and its rogue government. Clap. Smolak stood up as he brushed aside with a sweep of his arms. I think the real chaos will start now. Mr. President. Fellow delegates, it is true that the world today faces a multitude of challenges. In the midst of these challenges, the world's most powerful leaders gather here in Karut. And what do? They make threats, promote hate, and spread lies. Is this the alliance of nations we all want? Where's the cooperation and friendship? Where's the unity? I want to remind you of the wars that the West fought on our soil, of the foreign troops who occupied our country and seized our valuable resources. I want to remind you how they stole the oil from our sacred soil and they did not know when to stop. The ATO soldiers left, but their interference never ceased. They financed armed rebel groups whose only purpose is to create terror inside our country. So, fellow delegates, don't you dare speak about Welland before you acknowledge your involvement in our civil war, before you acknowledge your own dark past. That's just fine. President Smollett. Case where they agreed upon the truth. Only the weakness we're left on facing the genocide of BFF. If clearance direct aid from murders of the face. Finally talking about it. We're not the only ones now. Copies are expect this organization to task of this. The claims of the lesbian represented. First, there's no massacre by North, so. Third, we know your government is also implicated in the funding of the BFF, and then your oil companies aided. Fourth, as the state, we only took what was ours. The companies the delegates spoke of were not only aiding militants, they were brought to recognize the right of any country to determine what type of weapons we are permitted to possess. One stands strong and more united than ever. Our people have spoken. Welland only wants peace. Free Welland or death. He seems to be Puerto Rico, doesn't he? Well, he played the victim here pretty strongly, and his anti-imperialist stance has definitely earned him sympathy. Wasn't that continent has still not achieved stability after gaining their independence from the colonial suzerains. That's the name of the game. He did forget his own revolutions. He looks pissed. President of France, it is an honor to be with you today. I could meet under different circumstances. It's again the CSP nations and in Vraglis land. Must first thank the delegates from Swordland for being brave enough to recognize Helger land. We're one of the first countries for proper cooperation. Well, Mr. voiced his indirect support for us earlier in today's session. I can't. Part of the fellow members of ATO. Ignolia is under attack. Those delegates need to learn some respect. As you know, our drilling ships haven't even. Yep. Calling the world to action. You are a spineless jerk, a lackey of Arcasian imperialism. President Nina's call for silence. Speak up and support us. Mr. President, point of order. The Chancellor has no right to intervene. You have no right to intervene. Know your place, President Rain. Finally, after a few minutes, the other Vogelslanian delegates convinced Hegel to sit back down. I believe I don't need to speak more about this subject. Everything's clear as day. Mr. Hegel's actions speak volumes about the reality of Vogelsland and their corrupted ideology. Obviously, this conflict resolved with the help of the David, buckle up. It's Chancellor's time now. After fighting for years against colonialism and imperialism, they more than blah blah blah. As our numbers grow and more states are represented in this state, we become ever closer to finding resolutions to conflicts that plague us. For hundreds of years, the dominant economies of Marcopa. Daily Value was also a part of this plan in the years before the Kong. But when our masters found their voice, the old place powers. Blah blah blah. He's rambling. He's exaggerating. Think so? He's not entirely wrong. There's Zero and 8 forces. Silent. What about Helgeland? The Vogs being killed because they protested. Ignolia and their allies in Swordland have no right to claim they're upholding liberty. Other nations have no right to intervene. The world has the right to determine Is that Sordish? Did I catch that right? He said, the popular revolution will come, yes, but it was only Voglish. Very similar to Sordish, right? Some words are even written the same way. I'm surprised you caught that from his accent. Beatrice. Yep, she's calling me out. Can't let her speak about us like that. Will not stand by. That was the worst speech I've ever heard. Luck, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, fellow delegates. Anybody who ascends this rostrum must appreciate what a significant gathering he's addressing. We must remain devoted to the dream of a peaceful and free world, a united world. Our people are still not free from fear, not free from poverty and starvation. Time to ask the hard questions. Ask if this organization is achieving any of its aims. Now I'd like to address some of the topics mentioned here today. We are deeply saddened by the tragic events that took place in Welland. I have to admit, that operation resulted in many unnecessary deaths. I also would like to extend my support to Mr. Van Hoorten. Swordland stands together with Ignolia and will keep its stance against Vogelslandian aggression. Swordland will do ever what it takes to achieve peace in Eastern Marcopa. Peace! You can achieve nothing. You are a puppet of Arcasia. Respond to Emmerich Hegel. Don't you dare interrupt me again. You are mistaking me for my predecessors. Next, I would also like to address the Queen of Rumberg. She's talked about some hypothetical threat that our nation poses to Eastern Marcopa, while Rumberg's military has tripled in the last decade. It was Rumberg who shot our aircraft within our airspace. We only defended our borders. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA-74s. I also have some evidence to show to the Assembly Mr. Smolek was right about the KA We discovered that many militant groups in Sorlin were being financed or armed by Runeberg. There's another piece of evidence that we have provided to us by someone close to the Runebergian government. Mr. Hailstone was branded as a traitor in Runeberg for blowing the whistle on the country's hidden nuclear facilities. I hereby call on the Alliance of Nations to serve its duty, Runeberg. Runeberg and its nuclear facilities must be properly investigated. Thank you for listening to our concerns. I wish to see a resolution from the AN soon. We stand and always will stand for the rights of the people of Sorlin and Eastern Marcopa, just as those in other continents. The people of Sorlin and I are honored to have expressed our concerns before this peaceful. Long live the democracies of the world. Well spoken. Thank you. How was it, David? It was not a bad speech, Mr. President. You did well. Mr. President, I first want to congratulate you on your election to this high office. Dr. Douglas to the Alliance of Nations, ladies and gentlemen, fellow friends, we meet again on our quest. It's rapidly, more talks against communies. Yep. I have no words. The Chancellor's gone mad. I'm ashamed at his age. The speaker who preceded me clearly showed that tensions around the reports from Well and Sorlin are troubling. Residents from both countries refer to KA-74 as being spawned within their borders. Mr. Rain also pointed out the construction of a nuclear weapon in Runeberg. Our intelligence also confirms this. The ACO and the ATO will stand against the aggression of Runeberg. They are playing a dangerous game, one that may bring ruin. I believe the Alliance of Nations can find a resolution to this conflict as well. If not, let it be known that Arcasia will stand together with Sorlin. Runeberg cannot do it as it please. It's great news. I hope he means it. Finally, President will undertake the noble cause of helping the people of the world through. Yep, okay, human rights. Dope. Stand up and applaud his speech. No, Millenniev, I don't care what this communist has to say. Ew, the commies. We'll not be silent anymore with these lies. Bleh. We believe socialism. Millenniev's living in his dreams, you think? Communism will bury you. Do not react. That was a lot. It was troubling. Tensions are too high. So Hegel is a disgrace. ATO modernizes. And Clavin consolidates reformist base. Ooh, only 16% are gonna vote for the USP. Move my money to Kairut. Oh. Oh God. No one look at my personal assets and where I have moved them. Do not investigate the president. Private meeting with David West. Oh, we're so fucked. Yes, David, please come in. Anything for you, David? I wanted to ask you how you're doing. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Very good. Please, if you ignore the mental fatigue, yep. Thank you for your valuable advice. I had the chance to watch my student grow. Oh no, is David gonna die? That's right, I'll do whatever I can to leave a good world for the ones who will come after us. That's spirit, country. Think about that. You weren't wrong, I am a diehard Democrat. My father, Arthur S. Whiskey, used to say, always know yourself. It's good to know that you do. How are you feeling about your chances? We'll win no matter what. Fred, I have an announcement to make. Why? What's wrong? For what reason? You've been a mentor, a teacher, and a friend. Thank you for your service to the country. It was an honor, Mr. President. Give him a hug. Best of luck, Anton. Thank you. Shout out to you, David Whiskey. You've helped me a lot. What's going on? They're all reporting? Impeachment trial. Alright, so I'm guessing the impeachment is probably going to be the last thing of the game. Nuclear weapons are confirmed. USP Congress called. Mr. President, there's a problem. What is it now? No, White Room, please follow me. What's so urgent? Still just to come get you. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm here to let you know that I'll be handling you my resignation shortly. Resignation was meaning this exactly what it looks like. I'm resigning. But why? What are your reasons? Suppose you act against the epidemic statement. I cannot and will not stand with your abuse of power. I have no choice but to accept your resignation. Fuck! Oh no! Oh, this is not good. This is really not good. Oh no. How are you feeling back there, sir? Okay, Sergey, how are you doing? Good as I can be. Run against you. Don't worry, she's not going to win. Thank you, Sergey. Get this right over with, shall we? How are you feeling about the vote? The cameras took away a lot of support. It's going to be a very close race. But still, if you can remind them who you are, you will win the day. Of course I will. Look, it's starting. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today in the 28th Congress of the United Swordland Party for the third leadership race in its history. On the occasion of my 20th year in this party, I am honored to be opening this historic session today. And we'll be soon on whether President Rain... Before we begin the selection process, I would like to invite both... Brothers and sisters. Together we have achieved a lot in the past 4 years. I took office to bring reform to this country. But Lilius Graf and the old guard stood in our way. But I am here to do more to bring meaningful change. Help me continue our fight to make this country great. What I have achieved in my first term cannot be denied. Let's unite under this flag one more time. Do you want to give control of this party to a woman who ran away from her duties? Elect me again so we can continue our great transformation. Magna Vascor. Not a bad speech, Mr. Next time, she's one of the most experienced members of the party. From Kashman's Arvy and Holsword. I've been betrayed! Again! This motherfucker! I am gonna kill him before I flee the country. I always knew he was a prick. I'm gonna destroy him. Fellow compatriots, with honor. Dabbed at her eyes. Forgive me, this beautiful always fills me with emotion. It brings me hope to tell you energy. My hope did not suffice. When you want a president who treats us with respect, you want a president who, you want a sword. And I'm here to tell you all stand silent against this. Tore his own wife from her rightful place at home and forced her in politics. Well, screw you, Lilius. Mr. Rain, your time is through. I'm here to bring down the walls you built. Don't do anything. Sir? You betrayed me. Got the crap. What did she offer you? She offered him VP. I'm fine. Sorry, I didn't get to be VP for longer. So we can work together. What do you plan on doing? I'll start my own party and run for president again. I'll call it the Democratic Party of Swordland. It's high time that Swordland had a new political movement. Interesting indeed, Mr. President. But you'll be on your own with that. I don't think I'm ready to switch parties. God, things are going to shit! If I cannot win, I will burn this country down with me, okay? I will not lose. If I lose, we all lose. Okay, dinner at home. Hug my daughter. How's school today? Hug her from behind. What do you hear from your brothers these days? Papa, did you got in his house? Why would you do that for me too? Let's keep staring so we'll never have to find out. Raise my glass. Past 4 years have tested our strength as a family. I'm so grateful to both of you for supporting me through it all. There's some time off together as a family. Once the election's over, I'm taking you both on holiday. I can't. I've come too far. Sorry, Monica. I've got to keep going. Of course. I will burn this country to the ground before I retire. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. Blah, 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 blah. Alright. This has to be like the last of the impeachment trial. Yeah, I have a feeling this is probably the last bit. Take a seat. My impeachment. Rise up from my seat. May be seated. I call the case of the impeachment charges against the President of Swordland. The case number is 385372. The case will proceed as follows. Both parties will have the opportunity to present their evidence. The prosecution will be called upon first, followed by the defendant. Present their claims. The court will present its final verdict. This court now summons Lucien Gallade. Thank you, Your Honor. Don't make any comments. Your Honor, dear attendant, I worked alongside Anton Rain for many years, and I have seen firsthand how he treats the office pen. Some of the orders he gave me were completely atrocious and utterly undemocratic. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to obey. The President told me that if I failed to carry out his orders, my life would be in danger. Your Honor, objection. Overruled. Mr. Gallade. What? His underhand criminal's ways are certainly grounds for impeachment. By aiding the removal of his... Yo, this is being stacked against me! Your Honor. Providing false evidence is a crime, Lucien. How long have you been planning this? I deny all of this. This is all a ploy to end my presidency. I will not accept a guilty verdict. All because I didn't let him become VP? The gavel was tapped 2 times, and Orso Hawk demands silence in a loud room. After a long pause, he ordered everyone to rise. One of his retainers handed him the letter with the verdict. Orso opened it with barely a suppressed smile. Angry at everyone who spoke against me. Fuck those assholes. We were all on this together. The next words you heard were, "It is hereby decided that Anton Rain is impeached from office." First impeached president of Swordland. What the fuck? But the judge wasn't done speaking. Life and what? I will take revenge. Your cell was cold and lonely. The only decorations you put on the damp, dark walls. Time flies in jail. Yo, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. You held your grandson for the first time. Congratulate my son for joining the EFJP. Oh no, she's divorcing me, isn't she? She's cheating on me. No! She died! Oh, that's fucking dark. No. Mm-mm. I regret nothing. I was... I... 81% fewer maternal deaths were recorded. That is amazing! Yo, what the fuck? It was I swear, it was literally those last 3 chapters that fucked us. This is a good game. This is a good game. I give 8% of people get impeached. I'm not alone. Wow. Wow. I am salty. Wait, that should not have happened. I was an amazing president. All because... Dude, that is so... Oh, what was that show with Kevin Spacey on Netflix? House of Cards. That's what it was. This game reminds me, like, a lot of that. And I definitely get this feeling that the words you said to people really mattered. I definitely think that was a thing. I definitely think the outcomes are definitely influenced not just by what political decisions we made, but pretty much just like in general when addressing people. I feel like there was a bit of importance there. Part of me does kind of want to replay it on my own time and go completely fascist and specifically arrest and have Lucian put in jail and executed for betraying me in this playthrough, because I am pissed about that, dude. I am fucking salty. Anyways, Suzerain. We got that. We finished this one in 9 hours. You know, I wasn't... You know what? Actually, I was still fairly attached to some characters here. Yeah, I definitely think this is a pretty good game. I think I will... I think it definitely... I think it is... It gets the same rating as Life and Suffering of Sir Bronte for different reasons. Sir Bronte had a really good story and how everything, all the branching stuff, like really was coming together. They did a good job with this. What Suzerain does really good is just the politics and the complexities and the struggle of balancing politics, as well as the desire to reform the country and bringing up about the realities that people suck and don't want reform and positive change for a country. And I think they also did a really good job at hiding exactly... They did a really good job at hiding the motives of characters here. Like a fantastic job. So I think as like a political like intrigue kind of story game, fucking 9 out of 10. Right? Sir Bronte didn't have that political intrigue to it, which I kind of wanted from Bronte, but it had a bunch of other stuff happening in it that makes up for the lack of the political intrigue. But Suzerain has that fucking political intrigue in it. And it definitely gives that feeling that I could definitely go different ways. That I could definitely become a fascist state and arrest everyone. Or a communist state and arrest everyone. And then there's also a part of me that it would be very difficult to do, but you could also be completely democratic and proper and succeed. I get the vibe that they made it tough, but they still made it possible to achieve a very positive end. I don't think they're that cynical. I don't think these developers would be that cynical. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10 for we did 9 hours. Let's see what short game to pick next. Because let's see, I have until Horizon Forbidden West. That releases on the 18th. That's ooh. So I have this Saturday and Sunday. Shit. Okay, I think we might play Sable next. And then Tarada, since I know you have a shit ton of fucking points, what I will say about, I think what will happen for the choose next game thing, I think it's best if you hold the points until the summer, because then I'll have the free time to play pretty much any game you pick from. 'Cause obviously, I am a substitute teacher now. I got my ID today, so it means, time. Summer meaning June or July, probably. Now obviously I'll be able to say more as we get closer, but it would probably be end of May. It depends whenever really I'm no longer able to pick up any substitute teaching days. I'm guessing, and from what I remember of high school, I think maybe there was only like 3 times at where I had a substitute for final exams. So like it'll probably be in May. I doubt I'll probably be able to get hours during finals week. So yeah, it'll probably be end of May. So it's not that far away. And then that'll be June and July will be pretty stream heavy, I'm guessing, as long as, and then maybe most of August, depends when school starts up again in August. But yeah, that was Suzerain. That was a depressing ending. That sucked. I'm depressed over that ending. Things went to shit really fucking fast. I was kind of overwhelmed with how quickly things were going to shit. But I think that game was pretty well paced. I really don't have any complaints about this game. Oh, Mikey B is playing marbles. Shit, I gotta send you guys over. I need to play marbles. /raid and bliss. Thank you guys so much for showing up today. I will be live tomorrow night with I think we're gonna play Sable next. I've been kind of really wanting to play it, and I really like the art style that it looks. And also, I won't have to fucking read a bunch of text anymore. We have finished like all of the text-based games. There's like, I think 1 or 2 more like games where there'll be a lot of reading. But that's like Expeditions Vikings and some other game, and those are longer games. So I'm not gonna deal with those quite yet. I think Pathfinder is like Divinity where there's talking, and I won't have to read as much. But yeah. Go enjoy the marbles, peeps, and I shall see you tomorrow night. Peace.